Whoa, Jet. Me's playing fucking Final Fantasy 14 right now, and oh my god, I want to play Final Fantasy so bad right now. Oh my god. I hope everyone's having a wonderful day, though. I have to rearrange my desk a little bit before we get into it, but hello, everyone. Hello, Fruit Bat, Busta Flay. Oh my god, my mic's been muted. Hello, everyone. I did a whole I've been talking for the last few minutes, but whatever. Hello, everyone. Hello, Fruit Bat. Hello, Buster, Flame, Princess Buttercup, Stripes, Pixels. Hello. Yeah, so close to 365. It's just two numbers swapped. Mew's fucking playing Mew's playing Final Fantasy right now, and I'm crying on the inside because I really want to play Final Fantasy right now. But I can't because I don't have a sub. I just breathed a blast of wasabi air out my nose. Oh my god, are you okay? I'm so sorry. But other than that, I'm doing good. That's fair. Hi, Hualien. Welcome on in, everybody. I fucking oh my god. So I woke up today, did not want to get out of bed. I woke up and I fucking just didn't want to do it. I stayed up too late playing Valheim because I found out my house was crooked. You have risen above it? No, I haven't. No, I have not, you goober. I have not risen above it. I don't know what you're talking about. No, I don't want that. I want these. Okay. Heard you greet everyone and then back to silence. And the FF. Okay. Weird. I wonder what happened. Because I didn't touch my stuff. I hit 500 episodes of One Piece. Congratulations. I'm very proud of you. I think we're only on like, I don't know. I'm like 40 or something. I don't think we're that far in personally. I'm very proud of you. Good job. Oh, and then I was checking today's mood. Valheim. Love Valheim, dude. We love Valheim. Yo, shut the fuck up. We love Valheim. Yo, no way. Do I start streaming Valheim? Do I start streaming Valheim? I started a tea. I've never gotten that far in the swamps, though. We are currently at the plains. We just started the plains here. Let me go to hub. We just started the plains. So I have another knit. Oh, fun. I hope that's fun. But yeah, no, me and my friends, we play it offline, and it's like a little closed party, but we play it, and we, words and things, my brain is completely off. We're starting the plains. Actually, that's a lie. I've dicked around in the mountains a bit. The mountains are pretty good. I like the mountains more than I like the swamp. But maybe that's because I've been around the mountains more, because the Black Forest that I live in is right next to the mountains. Also, I was like 20 seconds behind you until just now. Yeah, I think we're good now. I don't know. I think my computer, I don't know. Today has been funky. I tried to post a video today and it was glitching the fuck out and I could not re-render it. It kept corrupting itself. And I'm just like, what the fuck ever, man. What the fuck ever, man. So no video on the social medias today, unfortunately, but that's okay. We'll hang out. I feel like the swamp is right when the game really opens up. You get iron and you can make a ton of stuff. That's fair. That is fair. Yeah, it was hard for me for a little bit because like I was too afraid to go to the swamps. Because I play with Pixels and my boss friend Artie. And just when I get lost. That's so fair because like the swamps are dark. And like when the tree entity wakes up, I'm just like, fuck this, I'm out of here. But maybe we'll play a little bit later. Maybe I'll start my like a private world or something. with my character. Or game crash detected. Would you like to lower the graphic settings? Why can't I? Okay. Yeah. Or jelly nasty to be in, yeah. Yeah. We fought Bone Mass, the boss there, once, and then we were like, I'm gonna just do this custom. Let's do DLSS. Rendering resolution. Balanced. Full 8. Let's do... I want full. Shadow qualities. I like ultra. Shadow distance. I like medium. I like soft shadows. Ambient occlusion high. Bloom. Medium. Permanent rain is cheeks. Yeah, oh my god, yes. And oh my god, when you don't have the rest of bonus and you're wet, oh my god, your stamina just depletes. And then it's just like, well, what the fuck do you want me to do now? But I've been enjoying the game quite a lot. Chromatic aberration none, weather effects on. Balance, DSLR, SFSR. Why can't I change this stuff? Why can't I change that stuff? Can I change it? I want to change the anti-aliasing. Okay, that's fine. But 60. But yeah, the poison sucks. It sucks. Like the thing is like you can get like the armor piece, I think, to like negate poison, I think, but I kind of skipped over that. And like you just get you get an item, the cape, to negate frost. Oh my god, that I love the colors already. It's really cute looking. What is that little ghost thing on it though? Or fiddly to get? Are they? I'm not the potion maker in Valheim. I'm just the no raincoat is a crime. Yes, no raincoat is a crime. Hi Jailer, welcome on in. But yeah, I bought a bed. I've been cleaning up my house. Is what I did last time. And I think I'll clean it up a bit more this time as well. Well, actually, I should probably do the story quest so that way I can unlock stuff. But I'm gonna keep talking and eat my breakfast because I haven't eaten yet. But yeah, no, I'm the homemaker. No, oh my god. Yesterday I found out my house was crooked. Like, but like, so like here's my island, right? Or like, they are fun to make. So like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like, here's my house. Like a valley. I made like a path here, right? There's like my house is like an island, right? And then I was like building out like this orchard area. And then I was like, oh, I may make like another like extension to that house here, right? And my house is here, and I find out my house was like this. Like it was angled like this. And I was like staring at it in the game, and I was like, I have to fix this. So I speed ran rebuilding the house so it would connect like this. So it'd be like a nice little big like rectangle, because it was like, I felt it. It was like this. Fucking, it was like crooked compared to everything else around it. And I was like, I gotta fix it. So I fixed it. And I stayed up a bit too late doing that. But it was a good time overall. I put my signals in here. But yeah, I mean, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, and like my friend Artie was like, you just leave it. And right, Pixels was also like, oh, you could just leave it though. And I was like, I don't want to just leave. I can't just leave it. It's like, well, that's how old homes were built. I'm like, I don't care. Turn down so many houses for less. I just like, you could make it perfect. And it made me scream. So I ended up fixing it, and I felt a lot better at the end of the night. But then it turned to be like 4 in the morning, and I was like, well, I can't stay up anymore. Okay, so I can either get faster cleaning stains get well faster, or I want the spray bottle. But yeah, so I did that last night and I had a good time. It was fun, and I'll be playing more later. Ooh. Oh, then you can see it better. Was I lied? It's pretty easy to make. 5 thistle, 1 neck. Oh, whoa, 10 coal. I don't remember. I think we just moved on. We moved on from it so quickly, I think. Like, you guys got a bunch of iron, and then you were like, we're out of here. Is this thistle? You will be back. You will be back. Yep. Yep. I mean, I didn't know. Like, Noble mentioned liking it. Lynn, I don't know how much iron you got. I only got like 120 iron. Pixels and RD got like 1,000. It's not enough. Yeah, yeah. For me, I only got like 120. Because I'm more or less just using it for furniture and upgrading crafting things, so. Anything else to clean in here? I think we should just go do story stuff. We'll be scouring swamps for the rest of your games. I believe it. Everything takes iron. It does it? I don't know. I don't do I only build stuff. So I don't actually know. Like I think the thing we're on is like I need tar. I want tar. I've been on a knitting grind. Fuck yeah. I exaggerate. It's fair. The iron stage does take a lot of iron. Like we had like 1,000 iron and we like used it up like that week. So but yeah, no, I've been like I played it a lot like last month because Enshrined was like closed for the holidays, and so I was playing it a lot. And then the person that hosts the server already had to go on like vacation, so he was away from his computer, and I was jonesing, I was itching. I was like, let me back in. But yeah, but like luckily I have like enough like armor and stuff at this point, because I think I have, because I use the fist weapons, so like the bear claws, the fenris claws, let me in. And then we just got the plains biome ones, the fist weapons, Valheim. I only use spears and swords. No, that's valid. I think Pixels uses swords and bows. And then Artie uses hammers. I got the viable and maul claws. They're so tiny. But yeah, I got those. They come from the vials. Come from these things. I have not seen one of those. What the fuck? No. Have you herded pigs? Yes. But that was not my duty. It was not my duty to herd the pigs. And now we have an astronomical boar fucking and wolf fucking. To the point where it actually like lagged. I think it's hard at first, but it sounds pretty easy afterwards. I haven't really done a lot of the like animal stuff. I just kind of build houses. I feel like this is faster when I spray it. Do I have to sell the wallpaper? Oh, okay. That's okay. It's kind of time consuming and your work can be wrecked by events. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's why you gotta put those stone walls up. Yeah, put those stone walls up. Alright, what is this? Once you have it done, it's not a yeah. I feel like once you have it, it's like it's easier to maintain than it is to create. Ow. Robert Patton or Steve Jablonski. Sorry, I'm finishing my peanut butter and honey banana. The name Jablonski just tickles me. Oh, I wouldn't have known them. My ex's roommate's mess broke me. Hi, my roommate moved out recently. My brother will be living in his place, but the state of the bedroom, I can't let him move in while it looks like that. Could you clean it up? I don't even know where to start. Let's go. Jablonski. It sounds like a Jack Black kind of word. Jablonski. Let me look at the. You know what? No, we'll see it live. Begin job. Is it funny? It is a fun word to say. This is cute. Oh, that doesn't look nice. Alright, let's clean this bitch on up. I think it's cool that the brush changes depending on what material you use. And now I'm like jonesing for a little bit of Valheim now that we talked about it. I'll be playing it later, but I don't know. I wouldn't want to use the character that I've been using just because, like, it'd be a new world and I don't want to lose anything in that world, so. Time to touch. Boop, boop, boop. These tires look kind of gross. I'm glad that chat likes or to 2000s clubbing music as much as I do. We have a budget? $1,000 budget. What does this mean? Oh. Aw, man. That's why I don't. Why I don't throw things in video games. There was one more here. God damn it. Wait, I can like, can't I like, no I can't. I thought I could change like how tall it's opened. God damn it. Don't put me on your basketball team, guys. Boop. What does it say? I didn't read it. It'll be fine. What is this? Close the bag. Whatcha? God damn it. Okay. Good enough. Alright. Let's straighten you out. The dumbbells here. Alright, what is the next quest? I have to sell things. 2, 3, 4. Is that everything in here? Was it those 2000s music? I hear the same song in my head. What do you think of? Not so bad. I don't think there's anything in here that I gotta do. I guess the upstairs. Second floor. Did I reach the... I think that's from the front. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's the garage. Got it. Get Low by Lil Jon. Interesting. Fair. Hi, Steven. You won't believe what happened. I finally got a chance to live in Japan, so I took someone else. So sorry about the mess. I had to move in a hurry. Damn! I don't get my tags. Did you check the service, bro? I think you should. Damn! Alright, let's judge the mess. More! Hello, Devouring. Welcome on in. Thank you for sharing the stream. Let's fucking go. The big 6-0. Welcome on in. Japan! Yes, indeed. They left our boy Jublinski for Japan. There's, this must be his room. Does he also have a Betty Beaver statue? He doesn't. I'm presuming it's just gonna be... Oh, no, it's also in here. Okay, great. Ew, what the fuck? This is kind of crazy. Kind of gross. Kind of fucking gross, actually. Like trash. Kind of fucking gross. How do you get multicolored footprints on the tile? You fuck around and you find out, I think. It's probably like, maybe like, if I had to give it like a legitimate reason, it's probably like hair dye or something. And they just fucking walked through it like a maniac. Is there anything else I use? Nope, just gotta get rid of the stains. What's the secret of events lazy to having those colors but not caring enough to wash them? I guess a person that's just about to go to Japan. Oh,
hi,
hello?
Steven here, the unfortunate owner of the house you've agreed to clean. So, how are you doing? You're still up for the job, right? Or did the garbage dump in my roommate's room scare you off?
I just started. It looks like a challenge.
One I couldn't bring myself to take on. How can anyone even let their room become like this? And to live like that for months? Unbelievable. But to the point, I have one more request. I had a microwave, which disappeared mysteriously some time ago. If you'd find it in his room, could you move it to the kitchen?
His room.
I have it since I went to college. It would be a pity to lose it now.
Why didn't you get it back earlier?
So I asked Jack, my roommate, about the microwave once. He said he had no idea what happened to it, and since he also didn't like me entering his room, and I don't like confrontations, I just let it go. He paid the rent on time, so I turned a blind eye to his shenanigans. But since he's gone, I'd like to get my microwave back, if it's still there, of course.
Don't worry, I got you.
My brother always says I should stand up for myself, but it's not really in my nature. And in the end, it turned out okay, right?
Some sick posters in
Jack
here.
won't cause me any more problems. The mess in the bedroom is the last one, and it's taken care of. Thank you for that, and for the possible recovery of my microwave. Have a nice day.
I will look for your microwave, my dude. Oh, we need to open windows. We need to open windows. Wait, I wanna look at the stuff here. Weeb Tata Mari Usuza. I bet these are like the devs. I bet these are the devs, which is awesome. M Spinner, together reaching new heights. Vengebution. Big words and bigger politicians. Company of Champions, bro. That's a fucking League of Legends ass fucking poster. Fucking crazy heart flipper. I like this one a lot. He's a weeb. But I won't figure out which ones are what they are. This one's probably to just like dating sims in general. This one's obviously like Transformers. League of Legends. I don't know that one. And this one just might be a fun poster of the devs, I think. Okay, what are we selling though? Sell like everything that's in here, it looks like. The heart one. I think this one is like a reference to that one game that everybody liked. Game where you date objects. Yeah, date everything? I think it's a reference to date everything, I feel like. Yeah, because date everything has the house and the hearts on it. I feel like it's like date everything. Okay, let's start by taking out the trash. Fucking disgusting. Disgusting. I found the microwave. These trash bags are better than the trash being everywhere. More trash, yeah. Is that all the trash? Says there's still 6 pieces left. What the fuck? Ew, what the fuck? He had trash? He like fucking things on under his fucking ew. Not gonna lie, I was living at home in my apartment. I was not this bad, but a pretty big schlub. That's fair, but like, did you live alone or like did you have a roommate? Cause like, I feel like this guy just didn't really have a roommate, you know? Or like this guy like is inconsiderate because he has a roommate is what I mean. It says there's still 3 pieces of trash left. I'm gonna close it. I had a roommate. I mean, you wouldn't leave it that way. I think the thing is, I understand having a messy room. I have a messy room oftentimes. I mean, I don't leave trash everywhere, but the biggest takeaway is whether neither of us really clean. Yeah, okay, then that's fair. If you both do that, I think it's like with this situation, it's like one person is obviously very clean, and one person obviously is very not. So it's like, all these features crawl. Let's get this all scrubbed up. I don't know if we're selling everything in this room, but also you probably didn't leave the apartment rank as fuck. They have serious fatigue issues. That's fair. Boop, 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 boop. No, I put in work to clean that place up. Exactly. See, the thing is, this person left it like this. They just straight up left it like that, man. They didn't. They gave no shits. 360. Oh, there's the piece of trash. I think it's crazy that this person like tagged their own room. I think that's like my biggest thing that I'm like, whoa. Oh, I don't even have to use my mouse. I could just use the... Oh, shit. I could just use WASD. I didn't even think about that. It's not as fun. Every time. Oh, yeah. Windows, I feel like, just naturally get very dirty because they're holding off the elements, you know? I don't have enough mouse space for this. Hold on, maybe my keyboard. That's absolutely filthy. This is true. It's funny that it leaves streaks when I go down. There you go. But it's very satisfying to clean at the very least. I let each children to smear their figures on those everydays. Maybe they're both. They could be both. Oh no, the window's already closed. Let's open that bitch up. Sell the PC. Sell that. Maybe children are smoking. Exactly. Wait, what's my flipper tool got? My flipper tool got a... Oh shit, there's a lot. Oh, I can only... Duplicate items you need. Oh. That's cool. These. They want to sell Crabble? Crababble? Damn. Is there any, oh. Goodbye, posters. We liked ya. Oh, this too? What else? Oh, this. Okay. And then we can grab the microwave. Put the microwave back. No taste. That's what I'm saying. Like, there was... I feel like they could have kept that board game. Does that not go there? Oh, that makes me so sad. It's probably like a bread pantry, huh? Yeah, it's like a bread pantry. I don't know. Is that everything? Does they look like Mick Jagger? One room left. Is there still like a pot somewhere? Oh. Ah, there you go. There you go. Well done. Whoop. Okay. $3,000? Hold on. $3,000 for something like that, bro? Oh, man. Oh, man. Dude, give me something like that in real life. On God. I'd clean a house like that for $3,000. Are you kidding me? Seriously, I hope it never happens again. I mean it. I mean, it shouldn't. I've got postcards of Jack saying he loves it there and he's never going back. For that, I know. It'd be so nice. I would fuck with it. I'd fuck with it hard. Also, don't forget to take your meds if you haven't today, guys. But also, like, make the cleaning exactly as easy in real life, please. Exactly. Just make it as easy as in this game. How do I get demolishing stuff? How come I can't demolish stuff? I wanna make my house my home. Don't stop, make it drop, DJ, pull my speakers up. Out with the old. It has to be clean. Wait, excuse me? During the years of miserable, I paid a little attention to the state of my chambers. Things is going to change, since a brave soul has recently joined me in all my adventures. In short, some ancient dirt and piles of trash await a truly fearless person to clean them out. Please arrive as fast as you can to help us transform the forgotten dungeon under our living quarters, making it worthy of my new companion's presence. I'm gonna be honest. But also, this makes me feel like, welcome, newcomer. During the years of miserable solitude, I paid little attention to the state of my chambers. This is going to change since a brave soul has recently joined me in all my adventures. In short, some ancient dirt and piles of trash await a truly fearless person to clear them out. Please arrive as fast as you can to help us and transform the forgotten dungeon under our living. Dude, that's just so, I kept reading that and I was just like, oh, bruh. I bet. he has a magician's. He had a little cockroach with the wizard hat, so it's kind of funny. Oh my god, you can kind of see it in there. Oh, good god. Was this a nice house though? A British with a giant jaw from Family Guy? Yeah. I'm all of the above and stuff. Oh, this is gonna piss me off, isn't it? Chat, their house is messy. Annoy me. Can I change this? How it's... I'll put this up here. I'm gonna reorganize their entire house. Just watch. Oh. Where'd it go? Uh-oh. Open it. Those don't match. Oh my god, it's gonna piss me the fuck off, bruh. You can run, but you can't hide. Okay. I don't like this. I don't like this already. I don't want to go down there. Can I just reorganize the rest? It's giving I've never touched a woman because of nice guys finished last. Yeah, but he's got a lady now. The thing is, was we're doing this job. He's got a lady now. Oh. I see the chest for every night kid. I have a bag full of goodies. Yeah, I found that one. Get into the dungeon, woman. Though I have a question. Does every story house have a beaver house flipper too? Because I feel like I don't know if I should be checking the houses more. But many houses, finding them all is required for the full. And see, you search thoroughly. Okay. Hold on, I need to blow my nose. Why does IMDb have a game achievement guide for this? What the fuck? That's crazy. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm going the wrong way. Okay. Oh. Oh, so this is his house. Oh, this is his house. Wait, then who the fuck lives there? Wait, hold on. I'm going in the basement. I need to understand what's going on in the basement. Is this like a game room? Oh, it's a game room. This is just a game room. Oh my god. That's a bathroom. The crazy thing is the rooms in here that are nice. Like this one. Like this is nice. Like it's fine and it's feminine. So I'm like curious if like he like gave her like the space that like that wasn't used. Oh god. Oh god. Trash out of here first. I do not like this. Disgusting. Disgusting. Hello, Rhino. Disgusting. Look at that. It's cute though. It's like a little. It's cute. What the fuck is up with all this broken shit everywhere? Where the fuck is the other piece of trash? It's hard to tell because everything in here looks like trash. There it is. I remember this place. Oh, look at these. Come to Brazil. Howdy, partner. Oh, he has also got the anime posters. What's this one? Venus Rising. I feel like this is like a Dune thing. House by the Sea. Is it like a lighthouse thing? Lover in the River. This reminds me. Michael Bennett. Michael Bennett. Remember this? Ray sister cleaned this place up. Yeah, yeah. Wait, who's Ray sister? Wait, who's that? I don't want to agree to something I don't know. He's gonna make her play Strip Magic the Gathering. Oh god. This guy haven't met a sponge. Yeah, there's the sponge, but it's on the floor. Jupiter is Ray's sister Rosie. I feel like I don't know who that is. Do I not know things? I never know things. Well, joke's on you, I never know things. But, a brave soul, my heart goes out to her, because this is fucking a travesty. Hope she got paid well for that. What is on the burner? Alright, I'll put the cups in the cupboard. Or should I put them? No, the cupboard makes sense, I think. How does this guy have wine glasses? Hold on, I need a chair. I can't. I can't, I'm too short. Oh, there we go. Hope we can stack the cups. Actually, I don't like that the shorter cups are behind the bigger cups. There you go. Cup. I don't like that that's not sitting next to each other, but that's fine. Put the plates in here. We're just gonna pretend like I washed all these plates, okay? I don't know. I don't like that in story mode, even though like it's not really a thing. You can just move whatever furniture. It's a little distracting. Is there anything else to do? Oh, clean. What else needs cleaning? Oh, I think this would go here. I don't have a proper dining area, I realize. I should fix that. So crazy right now. Toxic urge to rearrange someone else's home. That's what I'm saying. I lost their baseball bat, I will say. I lost their baseball bat a little bit. Where's the... It says there's a stain here. I'm not seeing one. Where's the stain? Oh, is it this? Oh. There we go. Okay. We gotta fucking go into the basement. I guess. Ew, brother, ew. There's a door. Where's the door? It's over here. I do not want to sit in this. Oh, good. There's a trash can here. Oh, god damn it. What does this lead to? The backyard? Okay. Decent backyard. Ew, that dishwasher is disgusting. I am so confused by this place. Like, it's just in disarray. Like, straight... Like, the rest of the house is fine, but, like, this is just absolute disarray. With this tool, you can first sell... Okay. When do I get the tiling tool? I want the tiling tool, please. I want to paint the walls in my own home. Okay, there's more trash. That's, like, impossible to see because it's fucking disgusting down here. Okay, what, can I just start selling stuff? Wait, there's, like, billiard balls. Oop. Oop. Sell, sell, sell. What about... Oh my god! Are these, like... Is this supposed to be, like, the... Like, oh, fuck. Was it NSYNC? This is like an NSYNC poster. Or the Beastie Boys. Oh, but these posters are kind of cool, though. Maybe I will keep the before and after pictures of this place. Jesus Christ. Can we move these hooks? We can move these hooks. Holy shit. It's definitely a boy band. Mm-hmm. Huh? I don't understand those. It says 96's Revolution. Hello, love. Hi, Mew. The middle space doesn't work. Raiders, hello, my love. How was Final Fantasy? Did you have fun? I'm currently just organizing this dungeon. I'm just organizing this part of the dungeon because they found no princess and I have to clean it up for them. How's it going? I'm excited to play games later. To get some grind. I got some grinding done. I'm proud of you. Good job. Good job. Yeah, the email for this thing was literally like transform my forgotten dungeon under our living quarters. So I was just like, okay. So yeah, we're just selling stuff and cleaning up. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you need a raid and rest, you know, feel free to do so. Ooh, this is nice. I thought it would be nice to raid you since we're playing. Yeah, yeah, thank you. Jennifer Bennett and This is a nice poster. I'd keep that poster personally. I feel like I have to find all the billiard balls. Which I don't really want to, but it's part of the job. But yeah, if you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so, Mew. Your health is most important to me. Oh, it's so bright. Wait, no, can we like... Oh, is it the hallway light? Dare you enter my magical dungeon of dungeon realm and cleanse it of all its filth? I do dare. Not like sure, I guess. I'm just like rocking. I'm like one of those characters in the movies that are like, I just have full headphones in and I'm just like blasting Shakira. I'm just cleaning. Dun, 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 dun. Wait, could I put the billiard balls in this? Please. Oh my god. I don't know, wait, how do you set those up? Okay, so like this. So we gotta find the one ball. I think this was the one ball. One ball? Wait, no, this is upside down. Okay, 1 and then 3 and 11. Dinner just finished, so perfect timing. Fuck yeah, I hope you have a good dinner. Get out of my way. Oh, trash. I think this is the 3 ball. That's the 5 ball. Where's the 5 ball go? Up there? Where does 13 go? Right there? No, it's second row up. I can't believe I get to do this. This is fun. 10. 10. 14 goes next to the 8. I wonder why they organize it like this, if there's like a reasoning behind it. 2 goes next to 10. Wait, is there a way to do it? I just looked at another picture and it's different. I am confused now. I guess it just depends. It just depends on... I guess it's supposed to be random though, no? And we'll just do it like this. It doesn't matter. Which one was this one? It was a 6. It's 12. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. It's 9. This is 7. Oh. Sell that. Oh. Is this the ball I need? I think this is the ball we need. There we go. It's about to piss me the fuck off, though. I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm gonna rotate it. Like that. I'd scoot it to the right a little bit more, I think. Like right here, I think. Yeah, and then I'm gonna move these. Ew! Ew, ew. Bro, that's disgusting. Get out of here. Finish the job now. I ain't leaving. I ain't leaving till this place is spick and spam. What else can you sell in here? Not the white stains. That's what I'm saying. It's disgusting. Disgusting. Okay. I believe there's like 23 stains in here. It's fucking crazy. Oh, the white one. Disgusting. Truly. Hi, Kiwi. Welcome on in. We're cleaning up a dungeon. Dun 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 dun. I like it when they're like alternating colors. It's cuter that way. Oh god, please tell me they have another one. They might not have another white one. So I gotta move shit around, which is annoying. I just finished resting my back after shoveling what felt like, oh, Jesus. I'm sorry you had to go through that, buddy. I hope you're feeling okay. Other than your back hurt, hope you're alright. Well, that's gonna annoy me. There's not enough. Let's do this like one over then. Solina. I hate this table as well. Oh my god. It's fine. We'll just put it here for now. I'll clean it. I'm better now. My brother-in-law helped in the second half, and my nephew came out to play in this. Ah, cute. Ew. We're currently cleaning up a dungeon. Getting all rid of all the white stains everywhere. I think there's... Oh my god, it's on the ceiling! Ew! Ew! Gross. There we go. Alright, where's that last stain hiding? It's right there. Looks like one hell of a party. I'm pretty sure it's just one guy. I'm pretty sure. Wait, okay, there's something up with that. There's one more thing it wants me to sell. Is it this? No. What else does it want me to sell? I do not know yet, so I will just place things for now. They have a decorative soccer ball here. How nice. Oh, a gaming station? Let's go. That looks like the one from The Sims. Is there 2 controllers? Yes. What's in here? Oh. Oh. Wait, what is this? Steampunk 20... Is that 100? 1877. I can't fucking read. That's cool. Or the flip station. Rated S. Rated S for... I don't know what that S is for. I like it though. What's this one? Kraken. It's like Jaws. Oh, there you go. Gasolina. Frog traffic. This is GTA. That one's a GTA reference. So run unless you know me so. Unless I know for sure. Final Fantasy! Final Fantasy! First fiction. And it's got a cat. That's funny. I like it. It's a sign. Deadly fist fight. I think it's supposed to be Doom. So it's got the Doom font on it. Also, these are not straight. Mom and Dad are sticking two together because we don't know how. No, that's Tall Tale. Tall Tale? True Simulator. Oh my god, this is a reference to, fuck, that one movie with Jim Carrey in it. I don't remember what it's called. Making a joke. Oh, sorry. Elaine's very slow on jokes. Very slow. Oh shit, what the fuck? Stronghold? Stronghold? I feel like this is Qatar. I think that's what it's called. Crabapple! Yay! Got Crabapple back. What makes Stronghold a little robot? Why? What's the title of that movie again? The one with Jim Carrey in it? Jim Carrey simulation movie. The Truman Show. That makes sense. That makes sense. True Simulator, the Truman Show. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Put that there like that. Okay. There you go. I'm gonna put this on the ground. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, your walls don't really work with this, but okay. Ew, his walls don't work with this. I don't like it. Oh my god, please. Your walls don't work with this. Oops. I am your neighbor. I don't like this. Actually, can we put them here instead? Oh my god, this table don't piss me off. That table about to piss me off. Moving it for now. Actually, I might... Nah, that might look weird. I'm gonna say I could switch the table and the console, but I feel like it looks nicer if that's just there. We could put this here. And then we can put this like here. Yeah, that's better. That's better walking space, I feel like. Alright, one more box. What's this? It's a book. Frogs, crayfish, and beaver. Frogs, crayfish, and beavers. Oh my! The Legends of Pinnacle. Cute. Oop. What's this one? Romeo and Juliet. Ooh. Sisters. I feel like I'm supposed to put those horizontally now. Can I? I can. Yeah. Oh. Hey, mama. I must have this game collection perfect. Oops. There you go. What else do I have to say? Oh, is it the... Oh, it's a soccer ball. That makes sense! Why would this man's have a soccer ball? He wouldn't. That's the thing. He wouldn't. Close it. Thank you. There we go. Wow, look at that! Oh, this is so nice now. I like it a lot. Okay. Shit. That was arguably more work and I got paid less. Quest completed. Some sacrifices were made. But we did prevail. Sophia's gnome wizard died for good? Oh no, wait, you're asking about your job. Haha, we love what you did in our basement. Hi, Vex! Are you sure you're not a wizard? You should play with us sometime as a guest. You'd make a great NPC. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Finishing assembly gives you a discount on this type of item. Oh, okay. Okay, I can suck my cock. Kill me. Are you tired? Do you need a nap? You need a nap? You need a nap. I hate packing. Oh, are you packing for the new semester? Is that Among Us? Is there Among Us? There was Among Us in my house. Like there's Among Us. I gotta send this to my friend Aura. I've had Among Us. Among Us. Oh shit, I can't type. Can't type. Oh my god, I can't type. Oh my god. I found Among Us. Among Us. I found Among Us. There we go. This is a little guy. Oh, cold. Oh, I just like that. When do I get to get the other tools though? I want the other tools now. I bought wallpaper, I think. Where did I put it? Did I put it in here? No. I bought wallpaper for my house. And I don't know where it is. Maybe I didn't buy it. But I want to put up wallpaper and I don't know how to put up wallpaper. It was this. It was this one. And then I made... Where is it? It was a celestial one. It's this one. I made it dark blue. I made it the rich blue, and then I went back and I made this one. I like gold. Yeah. I don't know how to put it up though. I guess I can't yet. Unlock all tools to start the job. How do I unlock tools? House flipper 2 tools. How do you get the tools? So many clothes! I believe in you. How do you get new task? Okay, maybe I just gotta do this one and then it'll give it to me. This is house flipper 1. Okay. Okay. Let's go do this one. I'm selling my house and I want it to be clean first, even the basement. The real estate agent who was my regular in my cafe recommended your services. I probably forgot to take some stuff, so if you want... Okay. So we got a pack. Oh, this concept art is of June? I think her name was June. It was one of the first people we moved in yesterday. I can tell because she's got the yellow sweater and the hair is the same. I'm gonna put that there so I don't have to deal with it. Holy shit, dude. What the fuck? Raccoons. That's what I bet it was. I bet it was raccoons. Them and their little fingies. Probably went through the trash. And perk point went up for collecting trash. What did I get? Grab what you can. Clear trash from a bigger area with your newly invented grabbing technique. Or nothing goes... I want nothing goes to waste. Everything earns me something. This is a really cute cafe. Like, the outside's, like, really cute. I'm gonna be selling stuff. What else they got me selling? Quests. Sponge board. Those have, this is be a thing at the front. I can see the window in the basement is dirty. Some trash is too small to pick up by hand. That's where the vacuum cleaner comes in. When you come across a pile of broken glass, tiny bits. Oh, okay. Now we get the vacuuming tool. Cool. Vacuum. This is a fucking Dyson. This is a fucking Dyson and a half. I don't like the vacuum noise. I don't like this noise of the vacuum. I hope I can get a better vacuum that has a better noise, because that noise sucked. Coffee time. Oh my. I think they tried to clean that off by themselves, but it didn't go out so well. Okay, let's start with this one though. Going slower doesn't help. Oh, but if I like hold it down the whole time and then do it with WASD, it's actually better. Okay. Oh, clean. Okay. Stuff to sell. Like everything. I think all like furniture items I'm selling. I like the wallpaper in this place. Is this different? This is different. Okay. This is the bathroom. Cell 11. Okay. Bathroom done. Oh, the carpet. Moving this up. Oh. I don't actually know if spraying it makes it any faster, but it feels like it does. You know what? I think I want to wear a hat. I have a hat just for this occasion. I can open my files. So it's custom. Oops. There you go. I'm ready for the job, chat. There we go. Hope you guys like my hat. Brain, my brain is protected. Sell one more thing. Anything to sell here? Did that. Oh. Right, let's sell all the stuff in here. Everything is being sold. Okay, that goes to the backyard. The lights don't turn off in here. There you go. Oh my. Their bed's still in here? Oh, I didn't know they... I guess it makes sense that they would have like a little room in here. It's your birthday. You know, body like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. fuck, it's not your birthday. Still hate the vacuum. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like I should move this to over here when they have all their stuff. Just gonna straighten that out so that way they don't topple over anything. Just gonna move this into the corner. Wait! Got another one. That one didn't have a pop-up like the other ones do. Okay, there we go. Aww. Oh, that's kind of sad. I don't want to erase these. They were nice looking. I feel like I'm playing Snake, though. You know. I have been added? Question mark? Looks like it wasn't directly cool. Well, make sure I didn't miss anything. God damn, Delos posted some food and it looks really nice. There's one more stain around here. In here, it's like harder to see where like the stains would be. Oh, whoa, okay. Where's the other? Why won't it let me do the thing now? Oh, it's Q, because I'm dumb. Oh, there it is. There we go. Cleaning point. My cleaning points went up. Spray sprinter. Oh. Let's do this one. Oh. So I feel like I could just do by hand. It's so much weirder to do it by hand now that I've done it with the mouse. It feels more rigorous to do it with the keys. Stay here. I should pick up the trash. Oh, that's nicely packed. Let me put this over here. There you go. Okay. Gross. Let's get these off the walls. So hopefully they can get their, because they probably rented the place, right? So it's probably like a, their security deposit. Let's clean this place all nice so that way the owner can get their security deposit back. Likeliness of it is still low, but maybe we can clean it up so nice that they'll be like, you know what? You can have your however much money. The coffee beans. Alright, where is next? This is clean. Oops. 2 rooms left. Oh, the basement! Fuck! I totally forgot about the basement. How do you get to the basement? There we go. It is. Oh, this place is like in disarray. Oh, it's just like extra furniture and stuff. That's not the worst. Why is there a baby crib down here? No more of that. No, there isn't. Just gotta clean it all up. Never met her at all. Damn, I got some good suds, man. This is just cutting through everything. I need one of those. You know, that reminds me of a TikToker that I saw today. Today, I was watching TikTok before I, like, got out of bed. And there was, like, this page or, like, these TikTokers that, like, review Chinese products and they're, like, Chinese and stuff. And, like, they had one that was, like, this laundry detergent powder. And it was, like... and it was like, ew, it'll clean anything. And I'm like, I'm wondering how many chemicals are in it, but also, it did a pretty damn good job. It took, like, a brown, solid-looking piece of, like, towel and made it, like, white and soft. And I was like, whoa. One room left. It says I have one room left. Oh, the windows, yeah. There we go. All done. All done. Boop. Oh, I didn't save the pictures from the other one because I turned the thing off. Oh, it looks so different with no furniture. Oh, but I just... was suspicious, but otherwise it was Briggs. Yeah. You can change the text on sticky notes and even on a carpet. What? Does this mean I could draw more Among Us? I will use this quickly and hopefully never have to use it again because I don't like the sound of it. I think it's stupid that I can't have a rake, by the way. I think, like, I get vacuuming. I do, but, like, I feel like for outdoor, like, leaves and stuff, I should be allowed a rake. Like, I'm gonna have to, like, vacuum the outside. That makes no sense. So I'd be picking up some dirt. So she will in the closet. I sell that. Goodbye, big stick. I loved you. Ooh. We have a fucking stone oven out here. Goddamn. Oh, if I rotate it, it'll fuck it up because there's a path to it like this. What? Is there an opening to this? It's a doghouse. It doesn't have an opening though. Keep the sandbox. I think there's more glass stuff upstairs. I think it's in the big room. Boop, 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 boop. Scrub, 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 scrub. There we go. All clean. I hate this zebra print. Let's sell this couch. She's kind of gross. Are there any on the ceiling? Oh, there is. Jesus. There we go. I think it does go faster when I spray it. I'm like pretty sure. Yeah. Oh my god. I don't want to have to clean every single wall. What's this say? Remember to water the plants. I don't think I have a watering can. Pretty sure I actually explored this entire house and I'm pretty sure there is no watering can. Oh, you can have it on the countertops too. That's interesting. I like this. I like this rug. It's kind of grody, but I don't know. Maybe I'll get a new rug. Can I wash this rug? Is there a thing for washing rugs? I don't think there is. So I'm just gonna sell all this, I guess. What is this? I don't know what that is. I like this table. It's rustic. Like a little dining nook here, maybe, or something. Wonder if you could I wonder if you can, like, with the paint roller, refurbish items, like, that are, like, damaged paint-wise. I wonder if that's a thing. Oops. Stop. I just want to move the chair. There you go. It's much cleaner down here now. Okay, that's that. I don't like these polka dotted. They had balls in. Okie dokie. Let's turn that off. Okay. Did I do the thing upstairs? I hear this. Coffee beans in here. Or rat shit. I don't know if it's coffee beans or rat shit. It could honestly be either. Okay, I think that's the only one there. Houses. Interesting. Does it mean we can buy more houses? Interesting. Nothing here yet. Okay. Eat some and find out. I don't want to eat that, you goober. I have an email. Hi, sweetie. Congratulations on your career. Tom told us everything. It's so good that you are friends again. Otherwise, we'd have no idea what's going on with you. Oh, and if you're planning to visit us, don't come to Moonrise. Bye. I love the beach house, but I couldn't get used to the noise and lights of the city, so I'm moving to a cozy village. I've heard it's such a peaceful place to live in. Love you very much, Mom. Okay. Adding a cafe to my bookshop. Hello, friend. I run a small bookshop to my beach, and my girlfriend is a barista, and we would like to make a space for her coffee shop business here. She says that you may be up for the job. Can you help us set it up? We've done a few things already, but there's still new furniture to buy and won't pay. I really hope her customers won't be spilling drinks over the books. That's fair. That's also really cute. That's really cute. Like, you own a bookstore, and then you meet a coffee lover, and then you I'll come in for a cup and a good book. That's cute. Oh my, there's a lot of trash out here. It started. Let's see, is that all that's out here? I have to buy stuff? Let's unpack these boxes first. Frog and Crayfish's Bookshop Cafe. What is it? Wait, do I have to sell that one? It's actually a really cute sign. There you go. And now I have to buy things. Wait, nope. What do they want me to buy? Buy a Raggedy Playhouse? I think these colors are nice. Right? Because that matches... Well, no, their thing is like a navy and white. Okay. So let's make them navy and white. Navy. Yeah. And then... this one... I used rich blue. Yeah. I feel like this one being white would be better. Pure gray. Make it white. Add. And then going back in the... I feel like the top being ebony, painted wood. And then being like a rich blue would be nice. Yeah. And then if we go back and this was white. Maybe I'm wrong. I think American Ash. Yeah, Estelle, we about to get down. Get down. And now just outside in London town. I want painted wood and details. Maybe on a trip I'd like to go someday. Rich blue. Yeah. Or should we make it red? Oh, I think that red's like a nice accent. Hey, sister. I just want this. What's happening, guys? Just my time. I can't confidence speaking. What's underneath them? Let's do top with... Ooh. This American boy. American boy. And I want the legs to be... stained. I need 2 more of those. Duplicate. How am I supposed to fit all this? Maybe I'll go to a cafe. Take those. As long as like the chairs fit, I guess it'll be fine. American boy. Oh, I want stained walnut. I want it to be blue. And then I want Knit fabric is fine. I just want it to be white. Or should it be opposite? Don't fuck with me. I said to me, cool down. I think it would be. Yes, but I want this to be a bit of a darker blue, I think. No persona. This Americana. This one. Yeah. Two. Oh. Oh, wait, no. Oh. Nope. So, how many do we need? I think we need 2 per. Then this one going this way. Oh. There you go. Hee, it's cute! Hi to Cafe 13. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome. Actually, I might put this playhouse, like, here. Yeah, I think that makes sense. It's cute. And then I need to buy one more thing, which is this. Which we're going to do a stained wood. I think it's this one. I hope you're having a lovely day at the cafe. Stained chestnut and then making it white. Oop. Oh wait, that's a bit dark though, ain't it? How are you? Welcome on in. Let's do stained wood. Back to here. Make it a brighter. Oh, nope. This one's the white one. And then I want the other one to be the same. Yeah, there you go. There we go. Boop. Okay, what's the quest over here? Sell. Oh, I have to sell more of the weeds. Weed. There's one more around here. Just for fun. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I am. I'm having a pretty good day. How are you doing? I hope you're having a wonderful day as well. Okay, and then I gotta buy things for here. Oh, they want me to. Okay, let me buy more of these. How many do I need? 4? No, 2. 2. Okay, 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. And now, let's see. I think I'll probably put it next to the windows, huh? Mission. Yeah, I think that's cute. And then another chair here. Actually, let's do one over here. Actually, that's fine, I think. I think that'd be cute. And then that way these guys can scoot back a little bit. Want to take a ride on your disco stick? Fuck, yeah, look at that. It's cute. It's cute. Alright. Oh my. Okay, so we gotta sell stuff. Oh, whoops. Wrong mode. Sell. Let's sell the books, obviously. Sell that. I have to vacuum chippas. Who's eating chippas in the bookstore? And then shove that in a bag. We're gonna sell this stuff. I'm gonna take this trash out. Actually, did I see a trash can while I was here? Oh, there it is. Gameplay, love game, we want love. Buy and then clean. I have to vacuum in here. Hi, Taylor. Welcome on in. Happy Friday. Hope you're doing well. I'm just cleaning on up a little cute little bookstore. Disco stick. Croissant. Croissant. Now I have to buy stuff. Brambling coffee table. What would match good in here? I think like a lighter wood table would be nice. This is yellow wood. Yeah, I think that's nice. Has anyone hit the big 60? Yes, Pixels and Devouring have, but I don't know if they count because, you know, they're my mods. But, you know, up to you. But I think those are the only two that have. It's a really cute bookstore, but the books are pissing me off a little bit. This way. Let me going. Put these here for now. And put these over here for now. Because I don't understand if this is going to be like the... Where's the other stains? If this is going to be the, like, cafe or the bookstore. Is it these? Yeah, I think it's these. You go. Painting for beginners. The paint roller, every flipper's best friend. To paint a wall, you must buy some paint. Open the store by pressing tab. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. Let's get all of this up. Maybe it's not time to clean up all the paint splatters yet, huh, though? Doing it anyway. Okay, paint roller time. Need paint. What kind of paint do they want? Sell paint. Put that there. Boop. Oh, wait. Oh. Yeah, now doing this WASD is a lot easier. I like this. This is more interactive, I think, than the first one. I think the first one you just held it and then it would gradually like paint multiple ones. Also like that you can see the wet paint versus dry paint, which is cool. Get me going. Get me going. I wonder if the blue is meant to be like masking tape. Because that's cute if it is. I think it is. I think it's meant to be like masking tape. It's cute. Hold the paint. Oop. Paint. Oop. Boop, boop, boop. Way down. Nice. Just put this back there. Boop. Boop. Just gonna clean these up. Yeah, there's one on the floor back here too. Boop. Scoop, 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 scoop. There you go. Oh, there you go. Sell the rest of that paint. I'm good in here. Yes, love has taken its toll. Okay, so this is like the barista area. Okay, cool. Put that down here. Oh, wait, we can put them in here. Also, I think these should be next to each other, I think. That's usually how they are in coffee shops, I think. Is that they're like the machines are like next to each other. Appetite every night. This is just a game. There you go. And now we need to buy stuff. I kind of want this to be like a blue or a green. Like a dark green would be nice. Like a foresty green, I think would be nice. I don't think that's gonna fit like that. Unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to put it like that. And then what else? What else do we gotta buy? Table. I like this kind of table, I think. I like the light colored, I think it's nice. Then buy 4 chairs. I want this to match the couch we were bought. This love has taken its toll. What does it look like? Yeah, it's like a plaid pattern. I don't know if that changes anything. Where is it? There it is. Hi, Shadow. Welcome on in. Hello, hello, hello. Got therapy. Check your balls on Twitch. Is that night mode throwing me off? I don't know. Wait, hold on. Green name. Hold on. What the fuck? Oh my god, chat was not scrolling. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Have good therapy. Hello, Shadow. Welcome on in. And then I want the back of the chairs to be like a different, stronger. Yeah. There we go. I hope everyone's having a great day. I'm honored that you guys are here. I'm so sorry that my chat was not scrolling. So I hope you guys know I'm still here. I was just immersed a little bit. I was just a little immersed. The video. I think it's this one. And then we go to materials to this one. Let's do this one. Boop. Boop. Actually, I don't think I needed more than one. Boop. Boop. I don't like where this chair is. So I'm gonna put this one here. Alright, I think I have to go upstairs now. 2, 3. What else? This one. Now I got a scrub. Thank you for the head pads, by the way. Thanks, Elaine. Thank you. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I had a kind of poop start to my day, but I'm feeling a bit better. I'm glad I get to hang out with you guys. Oh, wait, are there any new posters? That one's a new one. The shattered one, I haven't seen that one yet. There's another stain around here. Wait, no, there's not. Just gotta buy stuff. Okay. Pump it louder. Pump it louder. I think that would be nice there. And then I think I have to buy more of those stools. Yeah, I have to find another stool. No. And then I need to buy an ottoman. Which I will... I'm fine with this. I just want it to be a green. Oh, oh wait. Whoops. Do it. That was nice. Wait, I needed that white and then this one green. Favorite new mic? Let me look at them. Baby Minecraft mobs. I feel like it's gonna be the chick. I really, the pig? The pigs, maybe? I think I like the pigs a lot. I like the pigs a lot. I need them to be backport that shit, though. I need that shit to be backported. Hi, Star! This is officially supposed to be mine. Including the player. Babies! That's actually really cute. Official baby mods update. Don't miss the baby mods update. Mobs, not mods. Baby mobs. Created a decade ago? Jesus Christ. Baby animals remastered. Hold on, dude. See, like, they essentially already look like these ones. They look like these ones. And I think they look cute as fuck. They changed the chickens. But the puppies, don't they look similar? I think they look similar. Oh, the eyes aren't as wide. I think the pigs are cuter in this one, though. Is it for every MC updates? Yeah, this is base Minecraft, though, actually. But I think it's most moms. Baby moms Minecraft. I think it's everything. I just want a picture. I just want a picture. I can look at a video. Hold on. I don't know if they'll show them all, though. So the chickens have babies, the cows have babies, the lambs have babies, the pigs have babies. I don't know what else has babies, though. Hold on. They like use benchmark. That's cool. Or benchy. Let's see. I've updated all the baby mods. Are these the... I don't think this is the one. I think they only have it, like, I know they also changed, like, how rabbits look as well. Like, grown-up rabbits and baby rabbits. But I need this in our Minecraft, like, right now. I want it now in the mods. But it's probably gonna take a few days. Need it now, though. Backport for 1.20.1, please. Oh, also you can craft name tags now. Use 1.21. Baby moms refurbish. Are turtles the same? That's a good question. I think I like them. No, get the fuck away from me. I think I like them on here. Hold on. I like this person made a baby zombie. I like how they made the baby zombie. I thought it was really funny. I like the thing that had like all the dogs have different variants as well as puppies. I think it's really cute. I don't know if the turtles do. So it might be untouched. That's what I'm thinking. There was like a big... There was... Maybe I didn't like it on here. There was like a... There was like a comparison chart that I saw. I can't find the comparison. There was a comparison chart to show like the differences. What the fuck? I'm like trapped on this website. New baby animals in the latest snapshot. Do they have the comparison? They don't have it. That's so annoying. I had it up yesterday. Like, just on my computer. Oh, wait, no, here it is. I don't think they have turtles in this one. But look, the bunnies are different now too. They have a fluffier tail. They have a fluffier butt tail. I like the pigs on that. I think the pigs are cute. I wonder, hold on. Backport mod 20. Babies. I think it's vanilla backport. When are they backporting the babies? I need it right now. They gotta put it in here. Where is it? Mountains of Mayhem. I don't care about that. I want the babies. The babies, please. What's the latest snapshot? Latest Minecraft snapshot. 26 snapshot 2. Are there actually baby villagers? I don't actually know. Okay, hold on. Entity textures. Added new entities. Cat, ocelot, chicken, cow, pig, rabbit, sheep, wolf. Moved, renamed, moved. I think that's it though. Please. Please. I need it in our Minecraft server. I literally like came out, I think like yesterday though, so I don't think I can have much hopes there. Oh, what do I want to put this? I'm gonna put this here. It's really hard to see right there, but that's okay. Oh, I have a collab in an hour. Time is just slipping away from me, chat. We're gonna be playing Lunars. Well, I don't think I have that download. I have to download that. It's like Mario Party, but for PC. It's a playtest. We're gonna do the playtest of it. I'm excited. There's like 5 achievements. Hit the frog part in the lobby. I'm excited to play. Staff only wait buy. Oh, right. I'm just gonna buy the default woods because I don't. Meh. More house flipper, eh? Playing a little bit more today. Buy this one. Buy this one. How you doing, SwallowCon? Hope you're having a good Friday. I think this one's small. Makes sense. Unpack boxes one. Let's go! Okay, hold on. I'll open stream avatars. So eepy. I have like no Adderall, no caffeine in my system right now, so my body is very eepy. Give me more. Give me. I'm practically your biggest fan. Get that number into double digits and I'll believe you. Let's get us in here. Right, where's the lovely star? I found star. Ba 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 ba. It's cooked. It's cooked. I think you got this. There you go. Buy, sell. Oh, buy. Oh, they want me to sell this bed. They want me to sell this one. Even with my closet streamer friends, I've only gotten double digits like once. You're almost there, though. You're like halfway there to double digits, though. If you think about it. I'm just gonna buy the one that they suggest. Because I don't want to deal with it. Oh my god, I have to move this. They don't have room for this bed, man. Well, how is January again? It's the grubby hat. You got the grubby hat. Do not sweat. I have put it on your head. Let me see. I can grab you again. See? Got a little grubby hat. Pew. Yeah, you got the little butterfly. Little butterfly hat. A little teacup. Put that there. Alright, anything else? All done. Boop. $10,000. I'm a beautiful butterfly. Finished. Oh shit, assembly. Furnishing house is one of the flipper's basics tasks, and now you can learn to assemble furniture on your own. Press tab in the assembly screen to see which is. Oh, Bobker. What does that mean? What does that mean? After party aftermath. Oh god. I can assemble picture frames. Flames? Picture frames. Beaver. To be nice. Be nice to the beaver. Whoa, shit. What the fuck? Yo, that's actually sick. And then, now what? I get nails? Oh. E-assemble. This one? This one. Oh. Whoopa. Whoopa. Saying fucking beaver fair. Hold on. Pop. Very Polish thing to say. Are you Polish? Thou didst not know that thine was Polish? Look at that. I did it. Took me 37 seconds and I get a 2% discount. Let's go! You know I'm not. You can be brown and Polish? Listen, you can be brown and Polish. That's rude. You can be brown and the Polish. I don't think that one has to do with one another. I don't know if I want to play this game. I told you I'm from London. You could have been lying. You could have been lying. You always gotta exist with. You have to exist with suspicion. Always. Wait, how do I picked up the box? Oh, I see. Hey, nice job, Shadow. How do we not know you're part Polish? Exactly, you could be part Polish. Alright, hold on. let me update Beanbox really quick, because I think... Yeah, Rhino, Star, Fruit Bat. Yeah. And then it's Star in third, and then... Does Pixels not have it yet? Suspicious these nut. Damn! No! Rude? Alright, where's Shadow? There's Shadow. There you go. Well, I know how proliferators would have made their way. So I doubt it. Hey, man. Belief, maybe? I don't know. Hopes and prayers? Probably? Oh. Oh, I've played enough Dead by Daylight for this. I can do that. You got it, big bro. Let's go. I am big brother. I got that big brain, you know? I just got that big brain. It just could happen. Assemble. Oh, shit. There's even smaller screws. Holy shit. I like this because you could over tighten. Yo, guess who got channel points again? Woo! We're gonna be listening to some good music. There we go. My shit. It's my shit. Alrighty. I will be expected to tolerate. I want to put this one with my other sticky notes. I'm started to make a difference I made today. Among Us. I'm kind of bored now. I don't know if I want to play this anymore. The boxes are taller than me. Granted, I'm short. Hey, man, if you stack enough boxes, they're pretty tall. Let it run my mood. Can't stop thinking. Save. Main menu. You're smaller than a Lego. No! I gotta take one of my earrings out. It's like hurting my ear, I think. Ow. I don't know what I want to do now. I have 30 minutes until we play Lunars. And I'm holding you and the thought. Real breathing hard. When will there be a mod to backport the new babies in Minecraft? I'm not sad about that. Just being short is fucking goated. Yeah, you fit in everything. Which included baby mom designs, January 2016 mods. Oh, is it really? Is that really part of the Spring to Life backport? Such a Spring to Life backport. Is there really a vanilla backport? Does this mean... No, I feel like I'm not... Spring to Life is 1.20.1. Does this mean it got updated? Change log. November 15th. No, it's January, though. I want to see if they've said anything about it yet. Minecraft vanilla background on live coming soon. They haven't said anything about it, and that makes me sad. 2 months ago. I'm upset. I am upset now. Oh, I want to ask that question again because I want to look at the... I want to Look at the mods that already existed. Babies in Minecraft. What the fuck? Tails and Tails backport, vanilla backport. Did they not? I just like lost the search query that I just had. What the fuck? What the fuck? Well, I want the new babies. Unless they're better babies. I actually don't know. I think it'll be hard to look up a mod at this point because of the update. I don't know what I want to do now. You know what I want? I want a nap. I want a nap, chat. I don't want a nap at the same time. What should we do? Used to do. What's this? Idle sushi? Cute. It looks like casted. Chill, but different. Why didn't this complete download? I had to play it in 30 minutes. Ew, why is everything downloading so slowly today? What else should I do while I wait? It's my Fuji tech right now. That's my Christmas one. Maybe a normal fish. I'm halfway. Speaking, this one. And then the inactive one will be this one. Okay. Now will be a fish if anybody else is streaming. I don't actually know if anyone else is streaming. I think I may be the only one streaming this, which is fine. Brain. I think we should decide the beanbox stuff for next month, actually. Be a good use of our time. Blind box. It's this one. Ready out to? No. We're collabing soon. This is the fan art one. Oops. Halfway. Collabing? You're a scientist? If only. I ain't that smart. Set. Yeah, okay. So, current month list is... I have to update this guy. Bumblebee and Rosie Maple Moth. Then these ones. Okay. And then this next coming month, I would like to do Ray Serena, the Nixie Nova, and Hoya Nightshade for next month. Next month is the love month. I want to do the cuddly crab. Hold on, the cuddly crab. You guys remember that from SpongeBob? The cuddly crab. SpongeBob. Who should dress up as the cuddly crab this month? Who dressed up the most the previous month? Because I'm trying to rotate who gets. These both were covered, and the Young was covered. So it's BLT's turn. So it'll be Cuddly Crab BLT. And then Moira will be, she could be, I don't know, like, hold on, Valentine's costumes. Cupid Moira would be cute. Or should I do Cupid be a Cupid So Young? Be Cupid So Young. And then this looks like Lala. That looks like Miss Lala. What would be another good Valentine's Day thing? Oh, like a rose? I think I want to do like rose, like a rose maiden kind of thing. Rose maiden. That's a legendary one. And then I love that so much. Oh my god. This is gonna be your guys' hat for next month. Next month, this is gonna be the hat you guys get. You guys get this hat next month. It's kind of like the cuddly crab stuff, which is cute. I can't think of any other outfits. You do like a teddy bear. I got Kelvin a Valentine's top with a hoodie. It's that's cute. It's cute. I don't know which one I want to do for Moira. What else is like a Valentine's Day thing? Valentine's props. Oh man, wait, maybe I'll do that for the legendary one. You know, like the kissing booths? That could be like a legendary one. Heart chocolates? I feel like it would be because I feel bad because BLT's made out of chocolate, so I feel like it's weird not to make him like a bonbon. Was I gonna make BLT? Was I gonna make BLT next month? I was gonna make him Cuddly Crab. You know what? We're making Moira Cuddly Crab. Moira. Cuddly Crab Moira. And then we're gonna make Bonbon BLT. BLT is this guy. It says he's our little TTS guy. He is this guy. He is made out of chocolate. He is a sentient piece of chocolate. And so I'm making him a bonbon. Moira, this is Moira. This is my cat. I have a real life cat that looks like this. And then this is So Young, and that's he's my mascot. Okay, so we'll have Bonbon BLT, Cuddly Crab Moira, and then Cupid So Young, and then we'll have Ray, Nixie, and Hoya for rares. And then I think I want to do like a pretty like rose kind of thing. Here, chocolate. Yo, he's just like me for real. Oh, that's cute. I want to do like a kissing booth. Is a kissing booth a Valentine's Day thing? I don't know if that's a Valentine's Day thing. Are kissing booths a Valentine's Day thing? Yes, kissing booths are strongly associated with Valentine's Day. Okay. What would the character be? Because the little bean has to be inspired by something. So Maybe a teddy bear? I can make a teddy bear kissing booth? Okay. Maybe like a kiss me bear. Yeah. I wonder how did they name the Care Bears? Care Bear names? Cheer Bear, Grumpy Bear. Yeah, Kiss Me Bear then is fine. And then Rose Maiden is fine. I kind of want to work on these a little bit. Poker face. I'm gonna do the cuddly grab one because I want to. It's a lot scarier when it's on a person. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, save. Mama. Okay, be right back. I want to shower before it gets too late. No problem. Have a good shower. We'll be here. The creepy crab. The king crab. Jeez, man. Then what I got? Wait, what? New group costumes. Papa poker face, papa poker face. Papa poker face, papa poker face. Okay, and then that guy and this guy, and I am gonna copy the one. Yeah, I'd say these colors are pretty faithful to what I want. Oh my god, that is so cute. Let me so cute as stickers. File new. Poker face. Nobody. Okay, so now we gotta make like a suit. Which I feel like would be easier if I took this, pasted it. Oop. Okay, and then read my poker face. And then this one. He's gotta love nobody. Even her little ears. Oh my god. Okay, I will get that in a second. And then let's do a little cutout hole. I'm gonna remove that. I really should have like a circle that like fits for things like this. Look her face. There we go. We're gonna duplicate this, and we're gonna do face ring. Face circle. Okay. These are whiskers. This is a tooth. Tooth. These are whiskers. And then I need her cat ears. Which one will get blocked by this? Oop. There we go. And then bring this down and then merge down. Better, faster, stronger. I think I should erase part of this, I think. So we can see her little peats. continuous. A little bit more. More than an hour after. Oops. There we go. I don't know if I should like curve it out a bit, maybe. I think it's okay. Do it faster, make it stronger. I don't know if this matters. Boop. Make that wider. You better do it faster, makes it stronger. Oops. Make it better, do it faster, makes it stronger. I think it's better if it's curved. Oops. Make it better, do it faster, make. Boop, boop, boop. Then take these guys and these guys. And then we're gonna take our whiskers and put them on top. Oh. There you go. And then now we just need to make the tops and then the flowers. Whiskers. New group them and then call them the cuddly crab. And Shift N, and then we're gonna grab the black that's used here. I'll make it a 5. Hey, how did it look in the show? It's like I'm only gonna do I think 1 spring just because they're small. Maybe it's thinner. Yeah. And the outline and then the inner line. This is hard. There we go. What you are, baby? Womanizer, baby. Duplicate. So my last PayPal dollar on an Arizona? I mean, that's not a bad choice, though. I feel personally. I feel like that's a pretty good purchase. I don't know if anybody's gonna get this reference. Other than you guys here, because you guys are watching me make it. The cuddly crab. The creepy crab. The king crab. Shift N, and now I gotta make the flower. Ooh, baby. 5, 6. That was horrid. How does oh, they're 4-pointed, not 5-point. Like, I think I'm making it too big. Oh, man. I know someone who loves SpongeBob. They'll probably get a kick out of it. Awesome. I hope they think it is cute if you ever show them. I feel like this got a little out of hand. I feel like I still made it. Why am I not doing it silhouetted? Like, why am I trying to draw? Well, I guess I'm trying to do it that way because if I do it this, if I do it this way, it's harder to outline, but it's just better to get the silhouette of it. Womanizer, baby, you say you are, you say you are. Womanizer, womanizer. That's just what you want. That's just what you want. I think I fucked that up a little bit. Wait, womanizer. Maybe this needs to be in more. That doesn't look right. I don't. How the fuck? I think it might be easier to actually draw these. 4, 5, 6. I'll just clean up the inside of it, I think. Oh, I fucked it up again. How the fuck? Like, I did these two well, and then I did the other ones weird. What the fuck? So, please, someone help me. It's not healthy for me to feel this way. You are making this hard. I guess I'm right. Please, someone help me. It's not healthy. Gonna feel this way. Oh, you are making this hard. Okay, I'm gonna do it this way. Duplicate. You on my mind, that got me losing it. All the rest of me. Come rescue me. Is that a bubble blowing baby? Excuse me. Only the most bubble blowingest of babies. Thank you. Boop. Merge down. Duplicate. I think that's better. Please, someone help me. Healthy. Me to feel this way. Oh, you are making. How does the inside of this look? There's more room in between here. Merge down. The bubble SpongeBob gave life to is almost perfectly bean shaped, actually. Oh, is he? Bubble that SpongeBob made. He is very rounded. Maybe that's where I got the idea, actually. He is kind of like you guys, actually. Maybe subliminally he was in my mind. A Bubble Buddy. I liked Bubble Buddy. I can't sleep at night. Someone come and rescue me. From my mind, got me losing it. Looking for the rest of me. Losing it. Someone come and rescue me. My mind, got me losing it. What's me looking for the rest of me? SpongeBob massaged your brain? It did. I watched a lot of SpongeBob growing up, to be honest. So I wouldn't be surprised. How did I, like, fuck this up? It's like it, like, almost makes sense. Like, I almost got it. Right, let's go. Let's just do this shape. I think that's pretty good. So that, yeah, I think that's pretty good. I just need that color, the center color. Edit, fill outline. Boop. Is that how thin it is? Buck wild. Yeah, it was a pretty thin outline. Okay. Oop. Duplicate. This one. Duplicate. Oop. Duplicate this one. Are any of them rotated? They're all in generally a very similar, like, formation. Or, like, rotation, I guess. This one will be different, though. Actually, I think if I just made it negative across. Yeah, there you go. Duplicate, and then we're gonna call this Flower Bob. Hello, merge down, merge down. Stores? Yeah, put stores in your pocket. My love deserves all the shinies. You know, Mew, I just thought about it. I don't know that I've ever played Mario Party before. Maybe once? Maybe once. Maybe. I don't actually know. So this will be interesting. You haven't? Okay. This will be very interesting then. Multiply. I'm excited to play nonetheless. I know we'll have a grand old time. Just gonna do a little milk bean preparation for next month before we get on for the day to play. Take your time. I honestly, I'm just kind of stalling for time because I know we're starting soon, so I'm ready whenever. As long as the game downloaded. The game downloaded, right? Fuck. So I was having my internet was being slow. Yeah, it downloaded. Maybe I have to I should open it though. The cuddly crab. Folder set 5. Wait on the others. No rush. Just let me know when they're ready. Take you for a coordinating, my love. Cuddly crab. Might just call them cuddly crab. Like by their titles now. I'm just gonna look up what a bonbon looks like really quick. Bonbon. The fuck? Why is it SpongeBob? They're like fancy. They're like fancily colored. Like Valentine's Day bonbon. Because I can't exactly put him in a big old box. Bubbly champagne. Flavor guides. Because I made BLT into a bonbon. Last year, I made a 3D object that you guys could throw at me, and I made him into a bonbon. But now he is like in this form though, in the bean form, he's already very bonbon shaped. I'm sorry, wife, that you don't have it yet. He is a bonbon. Exactly. Like in milk bean form, he just is a. Maybe I could just do like chocolate swirls. Like a lot of these have like these like swirly swirly patterns on them. So maybe I'll just do that. I'll just do that. Yeah. I'll make that a note for myself. I'm a kiss wrapper. Wait, kiss wrapper. I haven't had a kiss in a long time. Little kiss tag. Yeah, kiss tag accessory. Kisses. Yeah, no, I like that. Bonbon BLT, who will be swirls and kiss tag. There we go. Oh, we already got crab. Because of the crab. Yes, I want to save. Alright, let me open Lunars. Hopefully there isn't any sign in or anything, but we'll find out. The tinfoil could be open with his head out like he's the best. His candy is so it's pastel with a word on it. Oh, they do like a Valentine's one, right? Where the candies are like pastel. What is it? Game. Start. Welcome to the Lunars beta. Thank you for joining us. Lunars is still in development. You might encounter bugs or unexpected surprises. Important. Bots are available in some many games, but others are still being developed. Not kiss candy. Oh, the candy hearts. Oh, yeah. I want to save the big ones for when my brain can't think of anything. So I'm gonna save that one, candy hearts, for like next year's. This is gonna drive me nuts. Feedback is really valuable. Helps us. What games we play? 4 game boards, 30 mini games. 30. It's not bad. 3 game modes. Wish list on Steam. I'm just gonna put this on here. 1K viewers on Lunars. I guess that makes sense. Today's like the first day, I think, of the closed beta. Oh, a little button for the Twitch. That's cool. Outfits. I have to be the dragon. Oh my god. Wait, I can dress him up right now? Wait, I don't want to be the dragon. I know, like, I'm the year of the dragon, but I don't want to be the dragon. I want to be... I don't want to be the ox. The bunny's really cute. The horse is cute, too. I wish the white highlighting wasn't as bright, but it's still very cute. It feels weird because they're matte, but yet they're so shiny. Rooster. Dog. And a pig. I kind of want to be the ox. Can I make him more baby? Oh my god, look at all these hairstyles. They just kind of sit on top of the hair, though. Yeah, the white's a bit weird. Yeah, just it's a little bit bright. He can have a pretty princess tiara. I think it's because we're in the beta. We can just wear whatever, which is nice. I kind of like the bat. But that's a rat. Bat rat. Kind of want to be the bat, actually. I like my little triangle button. Oh, see, like, this is just so bright. Oh, this is, I wonder if you can change that in the settings. Oh my god. Video. Full screen, VSync on. Ultra. You cannot. Okay. That's that one YouTuber. I don't remember their name. Sushi hat. The Burger King. That's cute. Oh my god, the ears fold down. The ears fold down. If the hat's big enough, the ear will fold down. That's actually super cute. Aww. That's actually really cute. I'm glad they thought of that. It still clips, which is interesting. To put hot dog hat. Hot dog hat. Oh my god, this is like my hair, but short. I don't like this one. It's like my hair, but short. Can I have multiple? No, I can just have the one. Okay, then I'll do this one. It's like my hair. That's funny. I like that the sticky note has physics on it too. It's actually really cool. Oh, I could have a skull on my face. I don't know if I want any face things. Oh, I can change my patterning? Whoa, it's like metallic. I feel like they didn't update these correctly. Whoa! I could be prismatic? Yo, that's actually cool. Look. I could be a lava baby. I could be a Dias de los Muertos. I could be, is this, it's like a mermaid pattern for me, you. Perfect. I don't know what this one is. Is there like a blue one? Excuse me. I don't know, I just kind of like just being purple. I can choose the eyes. Red eyes, like my eyes. Are these beady though? These make me look a little beady. Bless, thank you. I don't know if I should do black or red. My eyes are red, so maybe I'll do red. But you have like a little cape. I love this very much. Oh, it kind of shows like who they're for, but they're like, it seems like they're compatible on multiple characters, which is interesting. I almost would have just done like an icon, I think. We're gonna file into the Milk Club, so join when you are ready, my love. Okie dokie. Yeah, I will drag you guys in. Okay. So I don't know if people can just be in the website. Oh, that's the wrong one. Whoop. Hi, guys.
I'll have mine as Dabish. Hi, Elaine.
Hold on, I need to be a little bean.
I gotta move. I gotta move.
Oh, hi!
I gotta move things and stuff. Why did mine not update? That's my question.
I think it would be my little slut, because it's funny game.
It is funny game. I hope it's a fun game. Like, I know it's in early development, but I think it's cool to have, like, a Mario Party-esque game on PC.
One of the hairs is glitched. It's like all the way off the head.
They're trying their best, you know?
Yeah, that's okay though. I know it's early development.
Transform. Ooh. you upside down.
Are we all gonna be our Chinese zodiacs? Is that what we're doing?
I can't be mine because goat's missing.
I'm the year of the pig, but I'm not gonna be a pig.
I
think
wasn't
you're
gonna be a
the
dragon because I thought Shems would want to be the dragon because he's a dragon.
Yeah, that's what I'm going with. Is a dragon. I made him blue. I'm good to go.
I kind of like.
I'm downloading.
Yeah, it'll take like 2 seconds. You're good.
I kind of like the snake. He's kind of freaky cool.
I was thinking about being the snake, and then I saw the dragon. I was like, I kind of got a dragon.
I want to be an emo.
You want to drag these nuts?
Gasp.
I should wear the tiara because I'm a princess. Teehee.
Yeah, you are. Wait, which one are you gonna be? Are you gonna be the bunny?
I'm gonna be the bunny.
Oh my
I
god,
knew
wait, there's masks and everything too.
Yeah. There's a baseball bat. I think I want the baseball bat as my back item.
Whoa, the Day of the Dead stuff? That's sick.
I'm a little bat. I'm a little rat bat. Why do I?
Oh, you can color yourself. You have an outfit? What?
I'll be right back while that loads.
Okay, love.
These are low-key kind of sick. Wait.
Oh my god.
Whoa, I could be so many different things.
I can have a collar on. Huge.
Boy likes to be collared.
I could have a little mustache.
I think I'm gonna actually be the dog. I like the dog a lot. She's cute.
That's pretty cute. Yeah, the dog's pretty cute. I could be a distinguished gentleman with a monocle. The way they render this stuff is very interesting.
Yeah.
You can have a gingered beard. I like that they have a beard. Representation for people with beards.
You hear that,
I
Pixels?
feel
Just for you.
represented.
Pixels!
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and it also shims.
I like the glasses on my bed. She's a little... Ooh, she's a feisty little gal. And her eyebrow has a slit in it, but the rigging looked weird. It looked like it matched to the ear instead of the face.
Could have a big old scarf on.
Alright, I should probably make the host. Game type. Okay. Blitz mode, fast-paced, real-time action where everyone rolls at once. Dude, that's fucking crazy!
That's insane.
Classic mode, the classic turn-based board game. Or mini-game mode. Do you guys have a preference?
Neither one.
I don't really have a preference here.
Medieval Madness, Pharaoh's Frenzy, Eruption Junction, and Luminary Lab. I like the Medieval Madness. It's definitely the most Mario knockoff, but I like it. 10 rounds. Do the normal rounds. Turn time. 30's fine. Bonus shades on. Sure.
Yeah, and then session code whenever you're ready. Oh.
Start. Can I just... Oh. Ooh. Can I just invite people? Invite to play. I think this works. Invite to play.
Yippee!
Oh. Okay. Players. There's...
Whoa.
I stole the code from your stream.
I didn't know if that was it or not. I didn't want to say anything just in case.
James, you're a snake. Doing, doing, doing.
Oh yeah, you gotta.
Oh, sorry.
Big heads.
Oh wow, rude.
Ah!
Oh, sorry. Like, oh, there's a little car running around.
Oh, there's an
wait,
achievement.
that's
Wait,
one
where's
on
the
there.
car? Where's the car?
It's like right over here. Oh, there it is.
You gotta hit it. You hit it and get it.
Oh, got one. I got it. Oh,
Sorry.
you're good.
Hey man. Yeah. I don't know if I got it.
I
Oh,
gotcha.
you broke it.
No.
Everybody in here? Where's Indy?
Oh, I got the achievement.
I think we're waiting on
I'm making
him.
my character.
Oh, he's making his character.
Customize yourself. Style up, because we're playing the beta. It looks like we got all the cosmetics.
What did it do? Heck. Oh.
Whoa.
Yes. I did it. Wait, can I play with the settings in here? Match settings. Like, what if I...
Okay, so control doesn't actually... No, does it?
Do we all have big heads
I don't
now?
know.
I can't
I don't
tell.
see it.
Control doesn't actually emote.
No, they must be working on that still. Ow! Wow!
Ouchies.
Well, I didn't do anything. Okay. I'll just keep them off for now, since I don't know what's happening.
Oh!
Whoa!
Oh my god!
Uh-oh.
What's happening?
Uh-oh.
What's happening?
Uh-oh.
What was
I
that?
hit there's a gravity button over here.
Come here, little car. Come here. No! Oh, I'm unaffected. I'm unaffected.
Oh, you can customize over here.
Oh. Is there like more
So you can
stuff
customize
do?
like in the lobby too.
Oh.
Oh, I didn't know there was pink hair.
Is there pink hair? Where's the pink hair?
Am I invited to the
Oh, there
group?
is
I thought
pink
I
hair.
was.
I can invite you again.
Yeah, we can also get you the.
Yeah, It was probably because I was loading in when I, yeah.
Yeah, we got
No.
you. Don't worry.
I like
Wait,
your
what
Burger
adds
King
Twitch
crown.
channel point redemptions? Whoa, this game has oh, that's actually really cool.
Oh, it's solid gold. It's solid gold. It's not
It's from
cardboard.
Burger King. Oh!
No.
I can- Wait! Wait!
Wait, I can't leave.
It's.
Do you have the code
the-
at least?
Yeah, it's L9 S2 E6.
Failed to join match. Is there a limit to how many people can play?
The limit's set to 5.
Yeah.
But let me add.
You said L9 S2 B6, right?
No, E.
Mine
E is an
E6.
elephant.
Okay.
Whatever, but everybody's so cute.
Okay.
But so cute.
Come on, Elliot.
I
Let's
gotta
go this
turn
way.
this
There you
volume
go.
down.
Yeah. This game's loud. I need to turn mine down
Hey,
just a little
leave
bit
that
more.
little guy alone.
Wee, wee.
No!
Why do your little cow?
And he's a wizard
Oh,
cow.
You shall not
Oh my
fuck with
god,
me.
did you die? Oh my god.
Yeah, I died.
You could die in
Yeah.
this game?
Yeah, I
Ow.
got exploded.
Mortality. Oh shit.
Okay. Is everybody ready?
Yeah. Oh, these look like little.
Okay, I think we
mooncakes.
press F and then.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
I charge.
Oh, that's fun. I kick with my legs.
Oh, that's cute. Oh, I kick with my tail. That's cool.
Nice.
I like that it's different. Oh, and you kick with your horns. Very nice.
I punch.
What about
just-
Shem?
yeah,
Oh,
I just throw
Shem's
hands.
claws. Yeah, Shem's claws.
Indian Shems, press F when you're ready.
We all just dead
cute.
stop.
Yeah.
We need to lock in.
Lock in.
Oh,
Oh, cool. Okay, so if you
Aw.
disconnect it, we'll call Quimba.
when the.
The dragon has little reindeer horns. Oh.
Hippo.
Welcome all to the most magnificent, most marvelous medieval madness. I am your esteemed host, Hermes. I feel like we're mixing things here, but okay. Do we want to go in blind or do we want the
I think we go in blind.
Going
Yeah.
blind. We need a tutorial. No. See how this goes. Can I turn this down, please? It wasn't that loud, and it got much louder in this.
Oh yeah, I turned it down like a little bit more before we got in.
I turned all the music down, period.
Oh,
I got a
Lucky
4.
number 7.
Jump.
Damn! Look at me with a 12. I think
Yeah,
that's
jump.
max.
Sorry, I was turning the volume down more. 11.
ah, okay, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, let's go.
There we go. Okay, turn order, but don't get comfy cozy. It'll change after every mini game. We're in a roll. Does that make sense? Let's see what's next. We have 10 turns.
9 coins.
Jade button. I like that it's a button.
Oh, literally, it's like it's an actual button. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it. Now get out there and play. All right.
Okay.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sabotage me, you.
What? Can't get me, bitch. Ooh, okay. A coin trap. Oh, I can place a trap?
Oh.
Have fun with that.
Which way is which way? Oh, we have to go that way. Okay.
Ooh. Ah. Oh, you have to go that way.
Yeah.
Mhm. Am I gonna go last?
I'm feeling lucky.
I'm last.
Oh, okay.
I rolled a 3.
Naruto run.
He is a dragon.
By the power of God and anime on my side.
Alright, buddy.
I got a 7. Modifier stop. Chance
Oh,
of slipping.
ooh.
Oh.
Go, Ghost.
One.
Me. 3!
Oh, you got a 9.
I rolled 2 3s.
Oh, scissors.
half
Oh,
next dice roll? Oh.
Let's talk about this.
Game time.
Game time.
It's game time.
Okay, walk around and I punch things. Recruit idle penguins and find the golden fish to steal from other players to build your penguin parade. Beware of icy waters. A plunge will send your follows scattering. Okay. Makes sense. Hi, Dog Sweater Monthly. Welcome on in.
Spacebar.
Playing
once you're
games
ready.
with my friends.
Yes, baseball will
Oh,
win.
sorry.
I will own all the penguins. Oh my god, I just saw a penguin fall to his death.
Oh.
Tokyo Drift in this bitch.
Wait, what do you do with the fish?
They're
Wait,
like,
you have
you're
the-
getting to penguins. They follow you.
Oh,
I think you hold on to the fish and then it gives you more points.
Ow! Rude.
Come on, penguins, this way.
Oh, it makes you faster.
Oh, did you blow up?
I fell into the pit.
Get away from me! Get away from me!
Oh, bork.
wow. That's what you get.
Oh,
I'm
that
alive, I
penguin's
don't know what you're talking about.
mine.
No! Ah! I'm so bad.
I'm chopped.
What's this way? No, me! No! No, me! My babies! Oh, you stole all of my children at the
How did you
last
steal
second.
them?
I just walked into them.
I did this so many times.
I
What
also
having
got
the
a,
golden fish do?
I know, I got a
Makes you
goldfish.
faster. Makes
Yeah,
you
I got, like,
faster so
3
you
of
can
them.
Swipe them.
Oh, that's
Yeah, they
probably why
run
you're
out
first.
after a while. The
That's
order stay the same.
funny. That's probably why you're first then.
Yeah.
Damn, I'm just going.
You're just going.
Ooh.
You get choices.
Ooh. I don't want to go this way. And then we're gonna go that way.
Oh.
Oh, I slipped on the left turn. And that's all I can do, send.
I'm feeling lucky. Never mind.
Dang.
I point and laugh at you, fool.
That sucks.
Okie dokie. Go. Oh, double. Oh. Do I have money for this? Where's my money?
Yeah, you got 20.
Let's Yeah, it says you have 20.
Oh, I slipped.
Oh!
Ow.
Oh,
I
Oh!
lost money.
Oh, because I think it's
Wait, can I use
the button you're on.
The red one. Yeah.
How do I use it?
Stuns its targets, causing them to halt and drop coins. Ooh. Oh, so you can probably do it to someone like ahead of you.
I can do it to anybody. It looks. Oh no! Oh,
Oh, you could have done it to Shams!
I know. That's what I was gonna do.
Dang.
My turn.
It's your turn.
Oh, I think it reordered us in the way,
who wins?
maybe, yeah, I think who won the last one.
Fuck you.
Oof.
Or won the game.
Unbelievable.
Bye. Oh. Roll backwards for
Oh.
one turn. Nah. Yeah.
The hippo is staring into my soul.
Yippee.
I like your hat.
No,
You look like a little wizard. It's so cute.
double dice.
Yod.
Sure.
Rescue adorable chicks and deliver them to school. Bigger birds score higher. Aw.
They'll weigh you down. Oh.
Oh,
Not
and then
they
you
gotta
like go
put
and
them in
actually.
sacks.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think you
Okay.
can like deliver them. Oh, and you can deliver them during the game too.
Mm.
Throw bird.
I'll be throwing the bird all the time.
No, no, I run away. Come here, baby chicks.
I'm competitive. I'm sorry.
I will. Oh.
Nope.
I will take you to school.
Go.
Education
Leave.
is important.
Get out of here. Oh,
Hey, hey.
Oh my
Hey,
god, that's
get
a
outta
big ass chicken. What the fuck?
my
You
chicken
saw that
back
too?
up. Ghost was chasing me down.
It's like a giant chocobo. Well, tiny chocobo.
What the fuck is this? What is this motherfucker? He's huge. I can't even get out of the water. There we go. Oh my god. Jesus
Leave him alone.
Christ.
He's just a little
like a
chunky.
chunk-
Look at this fat ass.
No, Indy!
You bitch!
Oh,
Ow!
that
I
was
still got
Ghost.
him in.
It's okay.
got
I think
him
I
in.
still got. I think I still got my birds in. I think I still got my birds in. Ugh.
Support these babies gotta go to
Missions.
school.
No.
Gotta go to school. Don't hit me. That was gonna be rude.
Eat shit! Get off of me!
No, no, Ships. No, I want the baby. No!
Away Ghost.
I want to take the big baby to school. No, no, Ghost, please. I want
No,
to take the baby to school. No. No, please. Education is important for a young growing mind.
Big baby.
Oh, jeez, you have a big baby. What is this? This is Lunars. This is we're playing the private beta for Lunars. It's like a party board game.
You asshole!
I blocked off Mew.
Education
Try.
is important, children.
Oh, Shem's
Like,
nice.
that was
Todd.
loud.
Dang, Mew, why's your score so low?
Shut up! I hate you.
Look at Shems. We gotta knock him down, guys.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah.
It's okay. I
Avatar
cut
looks
his
exactly
neck
like you.
in
I
half.
know. It's a rat, but same.
You circumcised my dice. No.
I did.
I know.
Flip flop.
What if you like didn't do that though?
Huh?
Damn.
What if I what? I wanna go this way. Wait. How do I go? How'd you go? How'd you choose which way to go?
Use your mouse, or not your mouse. I think it's either mouse or left and right. Like,
Don't
buttons.
let me pick.
Oh.
No. Oh. Oh. Okay. Yay, this is the way. Oh. Chance spot. Chance. Some coins for me.
Yippee.
Yippee. But now I gotta go all the way back around.
His dice is red. That's funny.
Wow.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Ghost is right there.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, give me that.
Uh-oh. Oh, hi.
Use the item.
Hi there. How's it going?
Hey,
No, remember when Elaine also did
It's
that?
all. It's just, we're all just having a good time here, man. Listen.
See, I just wanted you to be on my
shit.
square, you know?
Yahoo.
Ten.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Damn.
It took me a second to figure out how to do it. I think I just used my mouse.
How are you doing this wizardry?
I didn't pick.
What?
Goodbye, Panda.
Event
Event
spot.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Hear ye, hear ye.
Oh.
Oh.
What the
Oh.
fuck?
Oh, that's...
What the fuck?
What does that mean?
I think those are bad.
That means
buttons.
I lose. Anybody lose coins
Bye,
on
Jess.
those?
Coins if you land on any of those. No.
Dang, Russian roulette.
Wait, how do I... Okay, wait. That way. Hi, Lane.
Hello.
We'll go this way.
Good idea.
You got a bomb.
I do, and I don't exactly know when it'll come into play, but it will.
Damn. You're going.
Yeah, but it made me go all the way this way.
Oh,
you bitch.
Oh. Where are my items? Wait. Okay, I don't use. Oh, I didn't want to use it, but that's fine. I hit the wrong button. It's
extra
fine.
coins.
That'll be a double whammy if someone lands on
Yeah.
Double whammies.
Speed
Over and
over.
twisting.
Twisting pipes.
Oh no.
Wait, I'm
bad
calling
shit.
up.
Shit. Okay.
Ghost is so colorblind. It's gonna suck.
I'm so colorblind. This is fine. This is fine. Trust
Oh
the
god, I
process.
can't see. Oh.
Yep, you're so mean.
Don't.
Oh.
You.
I'm bad.
Damn.
Oh. I'm so bad at this. Oh.
Coming for your gems.
No. No.
Unfortunate.
Oh.
My god.
No!
I can't.
was
Hey
right
guys,
there.
I can't see anything.
It's fine, we can't either.
What are we doing?
It's very hard to see as well, even just for us, because the lights keep turning off too.
Right
Okay.
there. Should have just gone the other way.
Fuck.
No! I was right there!
Woohoo.
No.
There's
No.
more.
Oh,
I'm good.
What? Unbelievable.
Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh my god.
we're so far ahead.
I'm crashing out.
I can't see anything.
Woohoo!
No, I didn't even.
No! Fuck! Oh, it's
Shems, don't.
over
Shems,
here.
don't.
Can't believe the colorblind person.
Damn,
is me.
shit.
No!
I
What do
still
you
did.
mean he fell off?
That shit. He fell off.
It ended as before I fell off. Let's go.
That's so stupid. The fuck?
I would have been first if it wasn't for the pipes. Looks like Shems is first.
Mhm.
Oh my god, please. I'm just asking to go anywhere. Fuck.
Uh-oh.
Oh, to
Wait,
use
that means
bomb.
you used the bomb?
Oh, fuck.
Oh, and then Elaine drops it, and oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
You have to
I
hit
guess that means
spacebar
people
when
can
you
team
choose
up
spot
and we
Elaine.
can-
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Wait, what'd you say? Use spacebar to do it?
You have to hit spacebar to
Yeah.
like
You
choose.
should,
a
yeah,
spot.
you have to make
Ah.
sure the arrow is green, which way you want to go, and then you press button.
Okay.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Chems,
Yeah,
watch out.
shims.
Damn.
Fuck you.
I didn't realize that that's
Fuck
how
you.
the bomb worked.
Ha 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 ha. Oh, I like that you hop.
Where are you going?
That's cute.
Yeah, I have.
Where are you going, Sonny?
I don't know, it made me go this way.
Oh.
Oh, cool, move forward 3 steps.
Okay. My turn.
Go get that
Hiya.
jagged button.
Wait. I
Yeah, be
wanna
careful,
go that way.
like, if you... Yeah, which way you go.
Double dice. Gift.
Ooh.
Flip flop.
Oh yeah, let's go. I like the
Give,
flip
name it
flop.
Chunkla.
Wait, how does it work?
It just hit someone, and it's
Stuns a
stuns them.
target called.
I think if we were doing the
It'd be so
blitz mode
funny
and
to
you
hit
had that
gems.
when everyone's
Yeah.
running around, it would
No.
on them. Yeah, fuck you.
Sure, almost did the coin. I wonder if it works if you you have to stop in front of it, or if
No.
it's automatic.
No.
Advanced
Ooh, look at Indy with another
Let
advanced
undo
spot.
it. Let undo.
Huh? That's it?
Oh, whoa.
That's a lot of item spots. I
Yeah.
like it.
Guess you should have gone this way, Ghost.
No, I
Push the
wanna
balls
go
into
that
the. Oh, we're playing. Yeah. What the fuck? Wait, there were rockets.
Oh shit. Okay. Oh.
Oh god. Oh god. The perspective's different. No.
No.
Yeah. Good. Good. Good.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck that bot.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. How do you hit it?
You hit it. You hit-
Space.
you
Feel like
hit
your
it.
regular hit. No, no, no.
Oh.
No.
Missile.
Fuck.
Let's go.
Whoa. Wow. We're so good at football.
Nice.
Oh,
Oh.
that's so unfair.
Okay.
Oh,
The bot just threw me into the goal.
Oh, it's just attacking me. Look.
I can't get out. It won't leave me alone.
Sorry, Elaine. No.
Oh.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. We gotta get the ball in the hole. Ball in the hole.
I'm playing guard.
Go, go, go. No.
Ooh,
Oh my god.
this bot is
No.
chasing me. Oh.
Oh. No.
Nice.
Oh, this bot.
Get it in
Go,
there, bot.
Michael.
Get it in there, bot. Oh yeah, go me you. Go me you. No. No.
Go.
Ow.
Ow.
Oh
This
fuck. it
bot
just
won't
killed
leave
me.
me alone. He keeps bullying me.
Oh, ah, fuck.
Son of a bitch.
Huge. It's over, man.
Hell.
No. No. No.
Nice.
No. Oh.
No. Oh,
No. Damn.
no.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Go.
Nice.
Let's go.
Ah, you bitch.
This
Fuck.
fucking bot, get off of me. Oh my god.
This bot is so annoying.
Damn.
dude.
Yeah.
Damn.
You did so much work, you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Why did it send you guys all the way to 4th and not 2nd?
I don't know.
Our bot was fucking coming for you guys, though.
Yeah,
Dude,
he was
keep
hounding.
abusing me.
Oh, me first. Yippee.
Yeah. 'Cause you won.
I want that funny little coin.
Hope
Hiya.
you could get that 20
Oh.
coin.
if I need a button, go ahead, buy it.
Buy it.
Okay, I buy it. I've got a button.
Now we're the. Fuck!
Oh.
Yes!
Oh,
Yes!
Wow.
No!
You gotta keep hitting him. Make sure you don't have enough money.
Hit him.
Yeah, hit me with a double dice, please.
No, don't do that.
No, I don't think I'm gonna do that.
Get away. No, go. No! No! No!
Yes.
Stinky.
Oh,
And then it goes
Why?
back over.
Oh,
Right
okay.
back? That's so what the.
I
Yay.
can't go that way. I have to go.
You'd have to go back around.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And he's gonna hoard up on items out here.
Of course I get the
Oh.
most. That's so unfair.
Watch it land on Saw.
No.
Oh, because they watch you land on Sunny's trap.
I know, right?
Aw. I might be in the doghouse.
What is this? Hamster balls.
Pokeball.
Wait, how much money? I got
Squash
enough money.
players in your way. Oh. Oh, so you can use it before you move, I think.
Yeah. Mwahahaha. I too have a jade button. Oh shit!
Oh, right after Indy just left.
Yikes.
Universe hates me.
Ooh,
Weather. Oh,
rain.
Fuck.
more rain.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Castle Crashers guy is here.
Shit.
Uh-oh.
No,
What's
don't.
happening?
It's
Please,
a blue knight.
please. I'm sorry. No.
Uh-oh.
No.
Oh
my God. It's coming for you, Indy. Damn.
Jump.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Oh, fuck.
Now. Oh wait.
Oh no!
Ah!
Oh my god.
Oh fuck!
No! I swear I hit space!
I know.
Oh, what do you mean?
It's juking.
What?
I actually know. 32. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, 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 oh. 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 Oh.
I don't know if I like this timing.
The only time I got juked.
that's very on brand that you're repping the 101.
Nice.
Thank you.
What do you mean I got last?
Oh,
Oh,
they won.
at least I'm not
point.
last for once.
Please don't know worse.
It's like the meme of the guy that's
I think
celebrating
Ghost
on the
was-
podium, but he's
Ghost was
second.
the only one not to get knocked off, though. Yeah.
No, I did. I got
Oh,
knocked
did
once.
you? Okay.
I got locked off once at the very end.
Okay, after my roll, I want to go grab my pizza.
Ooh,
Because it's been sitting there for a hot
give me that chancla.
You were after me, so.
Dude, I gotta go all the way around.
Yup.
Wow.
Blam. Nice.
Yeah. 8.
You forgot your double dice.
That's okay. I don't need that. I want to go up. Oh,
Flip.
okay. Well, I'm here now.
Event spot.
Your character slid, point and laugh.
I didn't even get an item yet. I wanted an item.
No item.
for me.
He proclaims that they're all back
they're
to
all
normal.
They're all
I got rid of my
normal.
special bots.
I don't need to do that. Wait, hit cancel and hit. Okay, I gotta go grab my pizza. Nobody do anything.
Have good pizza.
Have good
Target
pizza.
Dude, a pizza sounds killer right now.
I know.
Right? I would regret it instantly because my tummy, but I would do it.
Smart Shems.
Well, he would have been on a negative one. Run,
Exactly.
Indy, run!
Yeah, run and maybe don't get caught by the trap. Hopefully. Oh, never mind.
Oh,
Oh, that's unlucky.
Oh,
It took all his money.
That's so unfortunate, man.
Thank you, Miyu.
You're welcome.
You targeted
I
me
want
so
to go
much.
this way.
Says the man who fucking sabotaged my chickens.
I'm
One
getting
game.
targeted here.
I lost all my money.
I didn't think it would make you slip. I didn't know it'd take 20.
Oh wait, Indie. Oh wait. Ghost. Is
I
thought it was your
oh
turn.
my God, oh my
There's nothing it can take. There's
Can't
nothing
take
it
shit,
can
man.
Take from you.
Yeah, it's true. It can't take anything. What is it
I don't like
doing?
that
You've
position.
already been rushed.
Bent you over, literally.
Okay, we just
Me,
we
you
just
already
won't ready.
took all my
We just
money.
won't ready. Yeah.
It's not usually what I
We're
do.
good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Navigate around whirlpools, balancers, bubble blowers, and pull obstacles to head furthest to the finish line.
Oh, it's obstacle.
Everybody
Oh, wait.
target Shebs.
Ghost ain't here yet.
Oh, I'm here.
No,
Ghost
Ghost
is here.
Yeah, Ghost is here.
Oh,
So this is Fall Guys.
Yeah, this is definitely Fall Guys.
Oh, thanks, Jebs.
Anytime.
Shebs, get out of here.
No!
Oh, what the
Okay,
donut?
I'm out, I'm out, I'm
You
out.
went through the donut? What? Thank you.
Oddly, actually hitting people in this one actually fucking helps.
Miyu abuses me so much.
I was also
You
being
threw-
abused.
You threw me into it.
I didn't. Oh shit. Oh no, no, no. Stop!
Just saw Shebs get ping ponged. Out of my way! No!
Oh my god.
No, no!
Oh,
Just made it.
no. Hey,
I'm
go
glad the
Ghost.
ghost made it. I'm glad
That
the ghost
fucking I
made
got
it.
I got cock blocked by that
You
balloon
did.
that's in the way.
What does the golden
I would have
duck
been
do?
first.
I don't know.
That's a golden duck?
Guess it gives you more points.
Oh yeah, maybe. Or gives you extra coins at the end, maybe.
I'm rolling in it,
Finally won
guys.
one. Yes.
Go ghost. Go ghost.
It's okay, I got my comeuppance. I didn't even place.
You still have
Okay.
more 87 gold.
Yeah, it's because I haven't been able to buy anything.
On me. Then it's gonna be wild.
Oh,
Ready?
Shit.
Hiya.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Oh
Oh,
shit.
shit.
Oh shit. Oh
Oh.
shit. Damn.
Hi, Lane.
Hi.
Oh, you're gonna get the thing.
Yeah.
Gotta get the button.
My button now.
What's that other game that's like this, but everyone's like a stick figure person?
I don't know.
Oh.
Fuck. I keep thinking about it.
It might turn till a while. I have it in my inventory.
I
What's
bet
it
not.
called?
Oh shit. What? Uh-oh.
Pummel Party?
Yeah, Pummel Party. After this, we'll be playing. I could see you playing Pummel Party and just taking it all out on Indy.
I'm
Naturally.
taking everything out on Shems.
Both.
Yeah, no. That's when we just dog up on Shems.
Uh-huh.
We all have that game.
And then accidentally
No.
hit me.
Yeah! Go Elaine, that was a good move. Good job, Elaine.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I tried so hard. The odds of getting a
Holy
1,
shit.
so low. So low.
Dude,
Investment.
so low. That was such a good move. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
Go, Indy, go.
I get a turn.
Yeah, you get a turn.
Bye, Indy.
Wow, you're just
Ooh.
landing on all the event spots.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Please don't.
Uh-oh.
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 The
Okay,
dragon
little
woke
guy.
up.
What?
Oh.
Ow!
Ow. Uh-oh, that took a
Damn,
lot
Ghost
of
only got
coins.
4 gold now. At least you're richer than Ghost.
She's still in first because of all of her coins.
That's true. She does have. She's basically the significance of like diamonds.
Or her buttons, not.
They could be MCQ.
Ooh. It's about
Uh-oh.
to hit me, isn't it?
No, it just reset it. So that means
What?
that we need to leave.
It resets it?
I think it reset it. Oh, this guy's just permanently on here making mayhem.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh,
coming
Elaine,
for you.
run.
He's coming for you, Elaine.
Please, leave me.
Where do you
Leave
gonna
me.
get out
Okay, I
of
just
there?
can't. I gotta run. I have to run
Yeah.
away. Oh my god, there's
God.
space cows. Race up the ramp,
Oh,
hitting checkpoints
shoot.
along the way.
Okay.
Grab the shield for protection, but watch your space cows. Okay. Space
Okay,
cows.
okay, okay.
Space cows.
Weave. Ow.
Ah!
Oh,
No. Ah.
Thank you.
Elaine, look out!
I'm trying. How is she
Get up there,
all the
Elaine,
way up
go!
there? I'll protect you
my-
too.
no, my shield ended at the very end.
Oh my god.
That, I had my shield up and
How
it still
did that
hit me.
hit me? What do you mean? No.
Uh.
This is the first time I have been betrayed by my own kid. The fuck, don't let me go. Let
I'm
me
a
up.
cow.
I got a shield.
Wow, cows at the end of the day, Andy.
I finally got a shield.
Oh my god.
Ah, no.
Oh, I get a shield after I get hit. Okay.
Ow!
No!
Ow!
Leave.
Why am I so far back?
I'm being confused.
Who let all these space cows roam? Oh no,
I fell
please
off
don't
the
let me.
map.
Don't please.
I saw that.
Dude, it knocked me out.
Yeah, don't you respawn?
Oh, no.
I think you
Hey,
respawn.
hey.
Yeah, but no, like, I got knocked out, like, unconscious.
Oh, almost
Dude.
there. I'm
Oh,
almost
please,
there. I'm
I don't
almost
want
there.
to DNF. No!
That's why we're the goats.
By a
Joe.
significant margin.
I don't know how you did that.
Yeah!
I was
I was
right
locked in.
there.
I'm so good.
I was doing like millions of mental calculations per second as to where each cow was going.
Uh-huh.
It's okay, Andy. I'll give you some gold.
Don't say that, you're about to take mine.
What? I got nothing. Damn.
So that
I'm cooked.
My turn. Eee. Huh?
oh
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh no!
Oh
Oh!
Will it affect
Uh-oh.
both of you? It
Yes.
does. Damn. I
Ow.
don't want to go that way.
Now you're broke.
no! You gotta run from that knight. You gotta go this way.
Oh,
I
shit,
think it
you
forces you to
right.
go this way anyway.
Oh.
Oh,
Just taken out. My luck has ended.
Elaine, run.
I'm the
Can I use
skeleton
it? Says
with
I
the
have a
shield.
chocolate, but it doesn't. Space. Oh, okay. Neutral.
No one land on any more event spots.
What if I can I use this now? I can use it on other people. I want to see if this protects me, just in case.
Just in case.
Yeah.
I'm lucky.
No!
Oh, dude.
Uh-oh.
Please, sir. Please, sir.
Wait, maybe
Please,
that thing
I'm
will
in a
protect
bubble.
you.
Hopefully. Ow!
No,
I
I
didn't
don't.
know. I didn't know.
He was like, no. Oh.
Stop
I
coming up
don't
from
like that
behind us.
position.
No,
Yeah.
that's not rude. What do you mean? He's gonna take all my money.
Collect
Whoa,
music
click it.
notes. Yeah. Too far back, you'll get pushed off the platform. Okay.
All guys.
Fall
Yeah,
Guys.
this is we're playing like Fall Guys mixed with Monopoly.
Oh god, the camera
I?
is not centered on you.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Ah, I got pushed off the platform.
Get fucked.
Ow.
Oh!
Ah,
Oh.
Oh no!
That's what you
I just
get.
got launched.
No.
Burble. Burble.
No, I hit that.
Go away. Oh.
Oh, I just made it. No.
I wanted that.
oh,
What? Fuck.
I don't like this one.
This one is kind of hard. And slightly disorienting. Oh no,
No.
no!
That one completely blocked me off.
Oh no 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 no! no. I got stuck.
Oh fuck. That
I'm
one was
not winning
hard.
this.
That one
That
was
was not a
fuck
good one.
off, man!
Jam, you got deodorant for all the sweat?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I have to sweat. I've been getting targeted all game. I'm fighting for my life out here.
Go still at first. Oh. Oh, okay, you're sexy. It's fine. How's it feel at the bottom, Indy?
Is this what you feel like all the time?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yes.
Slip and fall.
It's not raining no more. You son of a bitch. I forgot that was
Ugh.
over there.
I'm
Please
never
don't
gonna
rain.
be able to get this thing.
I just realized I fucked up. Hey, Indy,
Oh.
could you roll high? Could you roll high the next couple turns?
Oh!
Wait, no,
Oh.
I avoid it.
You're
Let's go.
asking the wrong buddy.
Yeah, we'll just go here.
Making. Hiya. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Dude, I'm number one, guys. Did you see it? I'm number one. Oh.
And I'm right behind him!
Oh
No!
shit, that's tragic.
It's okay, Miyu. I'll save. Well, if I roll too
Oh,
high, I'm gonna
no.
crush it, but.
Nah, you saved.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wait. Oh, son of a bitch.
Oh, fuck! No, my bubble!
I'm never gonna end this section, am I?
Oh,
Oh, I think it sets it so whoever lands on an event next sends it off.
Woo.
don't do it, Indy.
Wow. Double digits, guys.
Oh.
Damn, it just said fuck you.
What the fuck? He did? Oh.
Oh, I only took 2 from you?
I think that's because
I
she
think
only had
that's all that Indy or that's all that Ghost
No,
had.
Ghost had like 10.
Oh.
It took 19 from me.
Yikes.
Smash through the
Smash
city
the
to grow stronger.
Oh shit.
Oh, you smash stuff and you get bigger.
I see. Understood.
I like it turned into heavy metal music. Ow. Cars hurt.
I can hit that car. Oh my god, Indy! Oh, hey, big boy. Hey, come
Oh,
back,
yeah.
come back, come back, come back. Come back here.
Oh.
I get this
I'm
building
struck
down.
collectively one thing. Two things.
Oh my god, ghost! Oh, please! There,
Okay, now I got to level up.
Whoa!
Hi, Indy.
No, leave me alone! Go away!
Woo!
Colleen!
Yeah.
I got nothing. I did bad.
Mew's not meant to be a
Damn.
kaiju. She's meant to be the pretty princess that we want to steal.
Yeah. I'm the pretty one.
Mm-hmm.
I stopped Indy from doing a special attack like twice.
Yeah.
Yippee! Okay, go forward.
Let's go. Damn, I'm the bottom again.
Who's in first place right now?
You.
What do you
Shams.
think?
Nah, like in terms of like who's like closest to winning.
Shams has more gold than me, so I think he might be in first.
Yeah.
Yes, and you're in second.
It is saying he is first right now.
God damn it, Shams! I swear to God.
Slip and fall.
I see the map, please.
F.
No.
Hold F.
F.
Oh.
I'm gonna go this way just because Big Axe Man is up there.
Hey, Jane. Yeah! I only got him in a row.
I have a good feeling about this one.
Nice.
Wow. Oh, I wanted to throw that bomb on you.
I think you still have time to use an item.
Yeah, I think you can now at the end.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be giving that to him.
That's true, and he would drop it somewhere.
Do it.
You know what?
Uh-oh.
Let's
Oh,
see.
what?
No.
There you go, Elaine.
Hey, Elaine.
Oh.
Hey, Elaine, roll
Hey.
out.
You have two choices. Even though it's the last turn, we're not gonna be able to do it because it's the last turn.
Oh.
Oh, it is the last turn.
Please. Please. Leave me be, sir.
He's going. Oh, he went back home.
Okay. He went back, yep. This is the okay, what the fuck? Swing your way to the finish.
Oh.
Oh.
we got Spider-Man at home.
Yeah.
Immediately have
Spider-Man.
Alright, Ghost, this is your chance. Get more gold than Shems and then you win. Oh, what the fuck?
Ah, no!
Ow.
Oh my god!
I'm so confused.
Spider cow. Spider cow. Does whatever. It brought me back to the beginning.
Back in the fucking building again.
Oh, okay. Checkpoint.
Fuck, ow. I'm really bad at this, guys.
No.
I don't think I was meant to be Spider-Man.
It was.
I
Jesus
was
Christ.
Spider-Man.
I'm Spider Bunny.
Ah, no!
I don't like
The
that you can't
swinging is
control what you're
confusing.
targeting.
It really is.
Yeah.
No.
Oh no, fuck. What do you mean? I just got over there.
Oh,
my God,
I'm up
ah!
in the air.
Damn it. Ghost got ahead of me. Come on.
No.
No!
I feel like there has to be some method to this madness.
No method, only madness.
You just gotta feel it, man.
Ah,
It
no.
just takes a leap of faith,
You
Miles.
just gotta take a leap of faith.
I keep getting stuck.
This was
I'm
so
trying
hard.
so hard.
I like this one.
I do too.
No.
Wait,
Oh.
tell me I made that checkpoint. Thank
Come
God.
on.
Oh,
I keep getting stuck.
It's the range on what you can swing from is so like weird. It
it's
feels
very
So,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. What?
At least I beat you. Moo.
Dang
I
it.
made
damn
it.
it,
I made it to
so
the
far
end. Oh my
ahead.
God.
I got
As for Shams, as for Spider-Man, was it all a conspiracy theory in the end?
Ba, 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 ba.
You know, he is a dragon. I don't know why that makes any sense, but dragons are lame, so.
Need your sourdough.
Monkey.
Monkey.
Against all odds, I came out on top.
Well, there's still
Alright,
the extra
Goonies.
coins. Someone else could still win. Those coins collect. Oh,
Well,
never mind.
How about the most
Never
coins?
mind. Never
Yay!
mind. Okay, never mind. I guess.
God damn. Bless you, losers. Don't fret.
Oh, get level
shit.
ups?
Oh shit! Yeah.
Oh, I guess that's how you unlock stuff, maybe. Ow!
Oh, I got a mooncake.
Oh yeah, it is
That
how
is
you unlock
nice.
stuff. Yeah.
Very nice.
You guys want
This
to try
game
one
is
more,
fun,
just to
but
see if
it's
there's any
definitely
more
like
minigames?
needs more polish. Yeah, you want? We could do the
I would love to
game
do
mode.
one more, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Do we
Yeah.
want to do
Yeah,
one
if
more
this-
board
yeah.
game, or do we want to do the mini game mode or Blitz?
I don't know. I like the board game.
I would say the board game.
I also like the board game a lot.
Do you want the same
Yeah.
amount of rounds, or do you want more
Yeah.
rounds?
Yeah,
How
we'll
many
do one
are
Can I
there?
have
more.
more rounds?
Yeah, the base number is like 10. I don't know the max though.
Do the math.
10
We're
sounds
gonna be
good,
here
though.
for hours.
I kind of can't wait to see this fully done.
Uh-huh.
You're right. Oh
This
no, the
reminds me
lowest
of
is
Fall Guys.
5. You can do 15.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want? We can do a different map as well. This one's cool.
Puppies. Oh, sorry.
How do I
I'll be
change my
right there.
character stuff?
Oh,
Run over to the
come here, hon.
customized area.
Make it.
Oh. That's why I lost.
We play.
But you look so cool.
Frog. Frog. I also want to change what I look like. Sorry.
I'll gang up on Shems.
I agree. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Hit him towards the window. We can knock him out. Oh, wrong one.
I
Oh,
kinda
sorry.
like being the vet.
I'm gonna push him over here. All right, hit him out. Go. Yeah. Hit him out the window. Get him out.
Oh shit. Oh
Too
shit.
far. Where is he? Where is he? I don't see him. Ah! Get back here!
Here.
Get him! Hiya!
Oh, watch out for the bomb!
I see that. You're not gonna kill me.
Hiya!
Not yet, they won't.
Oh my god, look at him.
Haha!
I'm the wizard.
Hold on, wait. I want to change my character. Oh wait, I want to change my character.
No! Not the bomb.
I gotta learn the timing for the punches. Like it, because it takes a bit for it to react.
I think it's like 2 seconds. I think it's like 2 seconds before.
Ow.
Wait, is it different? Punch and then.
Oh.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
That's why I put crosses on my eyes. I'm dead.
You're dead. You're undead.
Oh.
You're undead. Bonk.
Hey.
Oh.
I hate him at the
No.
No more bombs.
Oh shit. Okay.
I said no more bombs. Oh.
Indy hit me out the window.
Shem's just trying to
Oh.
bomb our apartment.
They're bombs.
There gonna be bombs outside. Wee. Yeah? What you giggling about? What you giggling about?
Wait, no, let me do it again. How do I select it? There. How do I change? Oh wait, hold on. I gotta.
Q, a Q and E. Yeah.
Oh my
What
god.
are you? What are you?
Oh, the way you look!
Yeah, you look like a
A
chicken.
rooster.
I'm gonna get him. I got a trucker cap. I got a baseball. Oh, my baseball bat's gone. I got a tie.
You're
And I got a
big
fucking
man.
mustache. I'm gonna get him.
You're
We
a
got
big
this,
man.
guys.
All right.
Okay. No,
Let's
I'm a
go.
trucker man.
You're a trucker. You're a trucker rooster.
Hit the frog cart in the lobby. Oh, I got the achievement.
Nice.
Nice.
I don't know if I got
Ooh.
it.
Oh,
Oh.
cool. I like this map more than the last one.
Yeah.
I thought this one
Last
would
one
be
was
pretty cool.
cute.
Welcome
Yeah,
to the
that was
Goonie
cool.
Lab.
Our science runs wild. Oh.
No tutorial. 10.
Oh, 2?
10.
10. See, I'm not playing
Game's
around
rigged.
this time. I'm not playing
Oh,
around this
yeah,
time.
you got this now.
Game's rigged.
I'm a crazy
I won the
fucking
last
Game's
game.
Game's
rigged.
rigged.
Game's
The next
rigged,
one.
says the guy that won the last one.
Indy, your eyes are like gone.
That's because
Yeah, no, I did cross eyes.
I'm gonna get him. Go.
They took my fucking eyes.
Go, go, go.
Go, go, go. 2, 1. Yeah.
Nice,
Alright, I got this.
nice.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Hop, 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 hop.
Speed running.
Hi.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh. That would have been helpful last time,
Ready
huh?
for the next attack.
I'll hold on to
that
it
would be
now.
very helpful to me last time. What the fuck?
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh shit, I think you're gonna be next to me.
Hello.
Oh.
Oh.
Hey, you
Oh,
also
I
get
guess
shit.
it is.
Oh,
same
so it's the
thing.
same item. Okay.
I
You
don't
can shield
wanna
other
be-
people.
Aw.
Oh shit. Go Lane.
Let's go. I'm
Go,
going.
go, go.
Keep running.
I'm running.
Watch me get first, but still be in last.
I'm gonna buy one.
Oh, you can buy a shield, yeah.
I don't like this.
shit.
This is a red. This is red. Whoa! What do you mean? Oh shit! I'm in the tubes.
Oh.
Oh, he will be back.
Okay. Oh, that one.
Get
Huh?
the coins.
Damn.
Well, I
Chop
spent
Shem.
my coins.
Oh shit. You're gonna
Shams,
be with
not
us
all
too.
three of us can be on there at once.
Too bad.
Kenny's in front too.
Two
There
is a
you
party.
go.
3 is a
Hey.
crowd.
Because I'm
I'm
always
there.
behind.
As you should be.
All right, we
Hey,
got this,
guys.
guys.
Oh.
Your way to the
Favorite
top while
item.
entering bubbles. Oh, okay, okay.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna get this one.
Well, I'm gonna
Those
suck
are
at
such weird keys to like look around. What the
Yeah.
fuck?
But what keys were there? I wasn't looking. It's
CNR.
like, oh.
What are we supposed to be getting?
I think we're just
We're
supposed
gonna
to
like-
going into bubbles and going up.
This reminds me of the Mario 64 world with the giant ship. Oh, you can suffocate. Okay.
Oh, bad bubbles. Oh, there's bad bubbles.
Dirty bubble. Oh no.
Oh
No.
no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, what?
I'm back at the fucking.
Oh, you have to keep using the
Oh.
bubbles.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. No, please. I was so far.
Just at the bottom. It's okay. How do I? Oh my god! I hate the like camera turning. I hate it so bad.
Oh,
Oh my
I
god.
hate this.
Yeah, I know.
That's
Why did they have
bugging
to
me
like
so bad.
keybind? Why did they
Tim,
have to keybind?
You're at the very
uh,
top. I don't want to hear it.
No. I'm just valid criticism here. Why did they have to keybind looking around? Why couldn't they, we have a mouse?
Yeah, I can
Please.
right click to look
I
up, but
can't
that's
get
it.
up.
Oh shit,
Hi.
oh Jesus
Hi.
Christ.
There's a thing right above us right here.
Oh, the bubble.
Watch
I
right
accidentally
there.
Oh,
threw
the
it away.
bubble.
I can't even
There's
get to
no
one. close
Bubbles!
enough.
What the fuck? I hate how quickly the camera turns.
No, please.
Yeah, no, especially when turning around.
Because I'm not in last.
That one by far that was
Oh.
the worst one. I hated that one.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
It would have been fun if it
The
was
camera
free
movement
cam.
was super janky.
Yeah.
I didn't even know what the buttons were. I just kept right clicking to look up.
The dev team watching Elaine.
It was A and D to look
Good
left
job.
and right, and then W and S to kind of like go up and down.
Yeah, I was able to do up and down, but that's about it.
All right. Oh,
Oh,
my hard-earned money. What the fuck?
Unfortunate.
get it to himself this time. You got this, wipe.
Hi, Lane.
Hello. Hello. Do I have enough money? I do.
Elaine, do you have 2 more? Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Oh.
No, what do you mean? I rolled the same exact number.
The guy rolling the boulder up the mountain.
She's in the building again. Oh.
Oh!
That was
Might be
bold.
your own demise.
You're testing fate, Elaine.
Anyway, my turn.
She's like, it's a method. It's a method.
Oh,
Yeah, it wouldn't let
Okay.
me. It wouldn't let me come back here like this. Obviously.
No. Okay, good. Good. Hmm.
Hmm.
Maybe my turn.
Go, Indy, go.
Nice. Oh, did a hamster ball now.
Oh yeah, if there's anybody in front of you, you can put it on before your turn.
I
And
already
then
got
roll.
shield.
True. Not this turn, but I mean like the next.
I think I like this avatar more than the dog.
I like it too.
I'm glad you're a different color now. If it's like the last game and some of those mini games, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah. Oh, you're still
Oh, hey there.
Oh.
I think I'm just
Stop
sticking to him now.
following me.
No,
She keeps trying to steal my money.
I like money.
Oh,
Yes.
Oh, hey.
Now, obviously, on my next
get
turn,
protected
I
by
can't
the
roll an
You'll
8
get
again,
there.
right?
Yes,
Oh,
please do not roll an 8
straight.
and
This
Oh,
is
this is
straight
straight
up
up Fall
Fall Guys.
Guys.
This one's straight up Fall Guys.
Elena, I almost cut you in half just be like, just in case she gets an 8 again.
That would.
Wow.
Oh my god, that would have been so valid though.
Yeah.
Go up there, Sunny.
Thanks.
Oh. Oh, I make little chicken noises.
Here, a little chicken.
Go, Elaine!
Nah.
Oh, thank you. Oh,
Fuck.
no.
Oh.
Fuck.
Oh, they blow you back. Fuck.
They
Come on,
blow
Elaine.
what?
They blow me, yeah.
We're going, we're going. Oh, 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 oh,
No!
oh. What is this?
No
What are these
marshmallows.
hitboxes?
Cupcake demons. They're little cupcake demons. What the fuck, Indy? How the fuck are you all the way up
Oh
there?
my god, yeah, no, what are
Oh,
the fucking
Indy.
hitboxes on these
Marshmallows!
I got the Fall Guy jeans in.
Oh.
You got the Fall Guy jeans in you? I'm getting ping-ponged.
No,
Getting
no.
ping-ponged by these little... No!
Oh, okay. I'm fine.
Please, no, please.
Oh my god, I'm so... Oh.
I'm being bullied.
Oh.
Oh my god, let me get across.
No, I missed it.
Please.
Gems,
Yeah?
go
How
away.
do I get through this? Oh, wait.
Ah, no!
No. Oh.
Holy shit, whoa.
I'm coming, guys.
You'll get there, Elaine.
Someday.
Ooh, I went through it.
Oh, we do.
It's over, guys. No.
Ah, no!
Fuck.
No!
Y'all's flashes nearly blinded me. I couldn't see where to go.
Ooh.
No, oh my gosh.
No!
Oh.
No!
Ah!
Oh. That's so unfair.
Ian last.
That's so unfair. I'm so mad right now.
Somebody said, do not touch Elaine.
You guys missed it, but Ghost had hit Elaine, and I was right behind Ghost, so I hit Ghost, and they flew to the water right before it ended.
Wow.
Yup, yup.
Yeah.
I wasn't winning, but I was like, damn sure she ain't.
If I'm going down, you're going down with me. Wait. You shouldn't do that. You cut your dice in half.
Yeah, I'm doing this to make up for it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
My hell,
true.
just have 7.
Oh, it doesn't
Wait, it negated it. Whoa.
Oh.
That's BS.
Big
That is
brain.
kinda
Shem's hacking. Report him.
Yeah.
I'm sorry my
You're
brain's
banned.
bigger than yours.
Mm.
Oh, I can't use an item at the end of my turn? Fuck.
Mm-mm.
Or no, because you use an item at the beginning of your turn. Remember, you use the double dice.
Yeah, but I thought you could use one at the beginning and the end. God
No.
damn it.
What
one
is
per
this? Prediction.
Prediction
spot.
spot.
What?
Ooh. Oh,
Is it
you're
the winner?
betting. You're betting.
Oh,
Oh,
Gems.
yeah, you're betting. I can't win now. No.
Yeah. What you gonna do, Shems? You gonna risk it all and win and make me win? Or you gonna lose and make me lose?
No.
The choice is yours. Bro's gonna actively throw now.
Hi, Sims.
Hello.
Sorry. Put
Yeah?
it on that spot. Put it on that spot. See if it works.
Okay, well, it wouldn't
That
work
would
on
be
him,
really
though.
funny.
Would it not work on him?
I don't think so.
Damn.
I think there's
Ooh.
just like a small chance that it would work on him, but I think because he's already there, I don't think it would.
Oh! I didn't mean to do that.
I don't
Okay,
think it
well,
would
wow.
change
now.
where
Sorry,
it is. I think
Indy.
it just goes where you are.
I got a shield.
Alright,
Alright,
Elaine,
guys,
don't
there's
roll
no
it
way
out.
I
that's
can roll
true.
another 8, right? I don't think so.
Oh, no, you're good.
Hey.
Okay. He did
Look at this
it.
someday, Elaine.
Just
Whatever,
the side
man.
disappointment. Chicken
Double
bread.
dice. I want double dice for...
Give me
Me?
double dice.
No, you don't get double dice. Hey, yeah.
You cheesed it.
Hi-ya.
Ash. You don't get that.
Oh,
Oh,
shit,
nice.
I got 14 too.
Snake eyes. 2 sevens.
Mhm.
La 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 la. La 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 la. 3, 2. Uh-oh. Aw. No, my 5
At least
coin!
Oh, no. At least you're not on the tube.
Oh, damn it. Oh, cheese.
Secondary control.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, I'm in
Oh,
my
this
element.
is like
I'm in my
this
home
is literally
turf.
like yeah.
This is
God,
just like my
that's
job.
so good.
No, you can't win, Shems. I'm just gonna wait here.
It's actually terrible that my depth perception's so bad.
Hey guys, excuse me.
Oh, we can't hit each other. Hi, Shams.
Hi.
It's a little stressful.
I like how I'm over here.
Ow! No! Oh, we're
You're
cheese
little
balls
cheese
now.
balls.
Yeah, we're little cheese balls.
No!
This is actually kind of
Oh.
easier. Ah, no!
Oh, hey.
I don't think it matters
we're
if you're a
fine.
cheese ball.
Oh, I
Shems,
think
you
it's
can't
because we
win.
lost, so.
Did Shems win?
Shams
Shems did win.
What do I get?
Shems
What
did
do I
win.
get?
Imagine they didn't code it in. Imagine.
It feeds my gambling addiction.
Imagine.
So,
Oh.
yeah, shit.
What do I get from the gambling though?
Nothing.
I know. Yeah, maybe they didn't code it in, or it was just a fun prediction thing.
And it won't fun. I won't win.
Man, I'm
Nice
surprised
push
you use your
between.
bomb on me.
I'm not an asshole like you guys.
Hey, I only
It's the
caught
point
you
of the
saying one time.
bomb!
Listen, you used the bomb on me. Listen, okay? There were things.
You're just gathering stuff, aren't you?
Hey.
Hey, man. Alright.
I'm sorry, Indy, but you're getting a little. Oh wait, fuck! You have the shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah.
Use your brain. Use your brain. That thing in your head. Use it.
Roll a 3. Roll a 3, buddy. Roll a
Guys.
3.
Yay!
Oh! That means you're not gonna
Couldn't
get
happen
with
again. I would like some double dice.
Oh,
Wait, you're gonna
for the
get. Let's go. It's making up. They were like, hey, we're so
Oh,
sorry.
Oh, yeah.
You could do something really funny right now.
No. Asshole.
Fuck you!
No.
Life is good. Life is good again.
Oh, you got 20 coins from it.
Oh,
Oh!
here,
Oh
Shem.
shit!
Psych.
I'm
I'm
glad
surprised
you didn't use
too.
it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Ow.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Damn.
Uh-oh.
You can't-
What
That's
will this
odd.
one do?
Uh-oh. Oh.
Oh!
Hey, Shems.
Oh shit.
That's kind of fucked up.
shit.
Why did I get the one that teleports me back, and you got the one that teleports you like
You got
half
it
the board
twice
forward?
too.
Yeah, I did.
5. You. Uh-oh.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
it's
Where's
up
this
to-
gonna take you?
I think
Oh,
that brings
God.
you closer.
Bomb surprise.
Get bomb. Bomb surprise.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no!
Uh-oh.
I don't see any
Unfortunate.
coins now.
That's
They
fucking.
get the second chicken.
Damn it.
Oh, I guess it doesn't take you up. Oh, I think that's an end spot. So if you get to the other green one, that drops you
Enderman.
there.
Makes sense.
No, that's not a drop spot or end spot.
No, because it's the
oh.
green cube. So it picks
Yeah,
you
but
up
if you
and
look
drops
it,
you there.
it goes off the map, so it's literally just grabbing it
Oh,
from somewhere.
okay. I got shoot.
Yeah.
Gosh, shoot. You know who to do it to, too.
And you got
Double dice. Oh my god.
Hey, nice. Anyway,
Oh, please.
Get
Oh,
revenge
wife?
here.
Okay.
No.
Wow.
you got so many shoes.
Yeah.
See, now I gotta
wardrobe.
sweat the next game to make
Wait,
up
you
for-
haven't been sweating?
You guys complain
Whoa,
about me
this one's
sweating.
different.
I have to.
It's because you keep
Stay
winning.
out
We
of the
gotta,
light. Okay.
we gotta like take you out. You know what I mean?
Day in the light.
I did not read this. What is this?
This is weird that they'd use 2D objects for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to stay in the light. Good shims.
Ow.
Ah! No. Puppies. Ow. Ow, stop it!
Ow.
Ow.
Why must we resort to violence? We could share the spotlight. Ow! Okay, well, you know.
This guy wants to share. Get her.
Ow!
Comedic timing.
Very much so, but that's
Wow.
still a hurt.
Ah!
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, I have not been going in the light. Ah!
Ow!
Ow.
Go! Go away!
You knocked me out.
Let me in there. Ow! Oh, shit.
Ah!
My spotlight. No, ow!
What?
Get out of here. Ow! What the fuck?
At least I finished.
I think I
the
barely
job.
won this.
Oh my
Holy shit.
God.
Oh my god.
Shem's cockblocked me multiple times.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know I was
Oh my God,
supposed to be
second.
doing that whole entire time until like halfway through. I
That's
was like,
fair.
oh, we're supposed to be in the light.
Yes.
Okay.
I thought it was also stay out of the light until I realized it gave you points.
Yeah, I didn't realize till like halfway through. I was just having fun hating you guys.
Yeah, give me that.
Cheater.
Give me yeah.
He's cheating, guys. Report him.
Ah! What?
He's using hacks.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Oh my god. Rude.
No,
He's
he's
frame
broke.
counting.
That's why I had to sweat that last one because otherwise you guys were gonna get the fun.
Damn, you are going
Oh my
far.
god.
Bro's on the run.
Get me the fuck away from you guys. You're so mean.
Oh,
Oh, I got one.
Gave you
and you still didn't have any money. Wow.
You got this, babes.
Wait, where's the next coin at? Third button.
Hold F. and then
Alright,
find
so
it.
you
think
just
Oh,
it's
it's still up there.
Oh yeah, it's
Leave
still
it
up
to
there.
you.
Oh, okay.
I think it
You
stays
gave
up
it
there.
to me?
I did. Yes, I did.
Why?
I don't know. I just felt like it.
No present.
I might give it to me. Oh. Oh.
I could do it really shitty right now.
I dropped the bomb.
Bye.
You just gonna hold
I
on to
don't
it?
know if you have to use the bomb. I think you can just use it whenever.
Hey, you finally got a coin!
Yippee!
Let's go!
Only took a game.
I don't have enough to buy it.
Oh, it
Did
auto-
you just
did
drop the
you-
bomb? I think it did.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Damn protection from y'all. Don't touch me.
Oh, you don't want me to.
I almost clicked Shems. Holy shit.
Imagine.
Just out of habit.
Out of habit. Damn.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
I think
I was hoping you'd take it to Shems.
Alright, I'm just gonna protect myself, just in case. What shoe?
Oh shit. Oh shit,
Nice.
she's moving. She
I'm
moving.
moving. Bitch moving.
Uh-huh.
Oh, safe.
Oh shit.
It's neutral. It's a neutral spot.
Oh my god, it's my turn.
Ooh.
Yay!
Damn.
Nice.
Bro, moving.
Guess what? I don't have any coins.
Oh no.
Oh, feels bad.
Yeah. It feels bad.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Oh.
I can't even put anything for
No.
It's okay. Hi.
Wow, you really
I-
moving
All this
across the
movement
entire
and for
board.
what?
Oh shit.
Oh, you're gonna
For
teleport
what?
forward. You're gonna teleport forward.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Ooh,
nice.
okay.
Nice.
I'm gonna pass.
You're gonna have no money to buy the coin again.
Whoa, what is this?
Oh,
Damn.
man. Mr. Scientist.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I'm shocked.
Oh.
Up, dude.
Electrify him.
Collect
Collect
gold
gold
while
while avoiding the
avoiding the sheriff geese.
Not the geese.
Oh, okay.
Also, it's like Pac-Man.
Yeah, Pac-Man.
Oh, do I eat you? I'm riding him?
Oh shit. Uh-oh. No, no. Uh-oh.
Oh,
my God,
okay.
Chad's
I'm
asking
scared
right now.
Oh.
Oh, Shems is a sheriff now.
Come here, Andy. Come here, Andy. Ah, damn.
Fuck.
Nah. Go say. Oh, Elaine's left. Elaine. Oh.
No, leave me alone.
Hi there.
Nope, 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 nope,
Oh,
nope,
you
nope.
guys left.
What is the fucking...
Let me be. Oh no, please leave me.
Wait, guys, we got a corner. We got a corner.
Leave me be.
Way up there.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's go, Elaine.
I'm a cowboy.
Oh, the cowboy, baby.
I beat Shems. That's all I care about.
In the game and in real life.
Oh shit.
Accurate.
What?
Stop crying, I will beat you again. Stop trying to speak out.
Unloop your belt.
Yes, the
Yeah,
pepperoni
go
pizza
Elaine.
is violent.
Let's go, 14.
The pizza's armed and dangerous.
And it's stupid and it's mean. It hurt my
Hey
feelings.
man, hey man,
Whoa.
that's not very nice to say.
I'm talking about the pizza, not you.
Wait, how far am I from the thing?
You're really close. If you have enough coins, I wouldn't personally.
I would
You're, like,
personally
right
buy the
around the
wings.
corner.
Getting another shield. I'm just getting another shield. What's up,
Oh.
Moon?
Oh. Oh,
Whoa!
bro got evaporated.
You got
Okay.
saved because your shield.
Yeah. Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God. What's up, Moon? Welcome on in. I'm just playing a board game with my friends.
Seven.
Uh-oh.
Huh.
Joe will
That's a
work
different
early.
event
Fuck
spot.
yeah. Well, welcome home.
Oh,
Oh, howdy.
hello.
Damn.
No.
We literally can't stay away from each other.
Shem- no.
Hi,
Can't
Elaine.
be.
Hello.
All my work.
Sorry. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Okay. I'm fine.
Oh, that would have been
nice.
very funny.
Oh,
would have.
unfortunate.
Oh, but now she has enough for it.
I'm gonna take it.
Shems. Okay, you only have a bomb. Okay.
Alright, what do I get?
I think I know where you're gonna land.
Oh.
Fuck.
Oh.
my God.
The irony.
Yeah,
Yes!
because that's where Elaine kept getting stuck.
Someone else feels the pain of the
No.
blue pipe.
I was like, I think that's where Elaine kept getting stuck, and he rolled an 8, and I was like, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut, but I'm pretty sure.
So basically,
There's no way you
Watch
know
you
what
You're
you're
tempting
doing.
fate, Shems.
Turn.
Do I know your friends would consider
Hmm.
they're your friends? They're probably awesome. They are awesome. Here, I'll shout them each out. I love them all very much. I usually collab with them every week.
I love being my wife's friend.
Yeah.
It's like the best thing ever. Okay, I'm fine. I'm okay.
Thank
I
you,
got
the
your shield
streak.
anyways.
Let's go. Five
Yeah,
day
but it
streak.
was just a case.
He's scary.
Oh shit! What the fuck
That's
is
a
this?
tape.
Is
Oh
it
my God.
oh my god! Oh my god!
Sorry?
hold the most
I missed
control points
this.
to raise your score? If your tank destroys, grab another one. Okay.
Oh my God.
This
the
is so
nostalgia.
different.
Wait, okay, wait, how do I do things here? Alright, go away. No.
Hey, hold on. And you move out of the way.
This is strange.
Haha.
Ah, Shems. No, no!
Oh.
No.
How do I take this?
Oh, thank you.
Oh shit. Ah, fuck. Don't.
Whoa.
Stop. Ow.
Hey, hey,
Stop
stop
camping me,
stop that.
Shems.
Hey,
No, no. Ah!
Ow! Shems is fucked up.
Haley, can I have that? Oh, shit.
No, this is mine.
No, but please?
we canceled each other out.
Haha. No!
Oh shit.
Shut it!
Me, you, please. Let me deal with Shems and then you can kill me, please.
No!
Okay, now you can kill me.
What? I just saw you just. Oh, what the fuck was that? I saw your tank get destroyed. Why me?
Elaine, no, Elaine. No! Hey! Hey, guys! That wasn't very nice.
It's okay, I'll go after Shems now.
Ow. Hey!
Boop Shems in the butt, he's almost dead!
No.
Uh-oh.
Goodbye, chaps.
No. Weave.
Ooh.
Weave.
I should go ahead. No problem! No problem!
You guys
Thank
turn around.
for stopping.
Turning is so slow.
Oh, fuck.
I don't know how you gain points in that one.
Hilarious.
I was just shooting.
I did it.
She solely attacked Shems and won. I love it.
No, I think I know how you get the points. It's, you had to sit on those big squares.
Oh.
Because I was
that
like,
makes-
dang, I killed you guys
that
so much. How
makes-
come I didn't get pool H?
That does make
Much
sense,
more
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I
I'm
thought I
glad
just
only got
healed
one
you.
and not Shems.
So like the tiny squares healed you, and then the big squares gave you points.
Oh.
Mm.
Let's not do that. Hello?
Hello. Oh, you got a coin.
Yippee! We got a little button for me. Yeah.
Button time. Try not to roll an 8.
I'm feeling
Hey.
lucky.
Uh,
Money.
Oh my god. Can I get a coin? Me?
money. Money.
Coin for me? A coin?
You're gonna get the button.
Yay! Button!
Yippee.
I like your mustache.
Thank you. My little wizard hat. I want this.
You are behind Shems at this point.
I'm gonna end my turn real quick.
Nine.
Oh, another gambling!
Oh shit!
Oh, and you can see like the
Okay.
next mini game too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Are you really gonna put me? I've lost the last 2 mini games.
So it's either
This
gonna
is
be
a
mean,
racing
down
one.
for
You're
a
really
new
good
one.
at the racing ones, to be fair.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Where are you going?
Where you going?
Oh,
Whoop, whoop. I think it's funny that you went through the pink one too.
right? I like the little
Look at
cow
your
in the
shield. Move, dive,
Drop
hold the
bomb.
boost, and drop.
Oh.
Damn. Okay.
What?
I see, okay.
Oh, okay. What the fuck?
I like the little
Oh,
wonkies.
whoa.
Oh my gosh, it's so sensitive.
Oh my god. That's a bomb. That's a nuke.
It's in.
Are we just supposed to get to the bottom? I don't really know.
We're supposed to go through the things to get points, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Howie.
What does the plus ones do though?
I think those heal you.
Not Shem's actively throwing.
I'm not throwing.
Oh, going down faster isn't for the win. I see. Oh.
Damn.
Howie.
Shems, don't do it. Shems, stop getting points. No! God damn it, Shems! It's all Shems' fault.
Come on, Shem,
Ow.
Peter.
Get him!
I
I
won.
actually made it to the bottom.
Woo!
With 1 second to spare. I'm rich, boys. I'm rich.
Oh, so getting down first did actually count because the points you get
Yeah.
a big amount of points for getting down, but I noticed that y'all were getting lower amounts of points.
You're my cash
after me.
cow.
Yeah,
Shem.
I got
I
like
only saw
16,
1
I
and
think.
2s.
You're my lucky horse.
I guess I could. Yeah.
Please don't be a 6.
They're
Oh, thank
bombs.
fuck.
Oh,
Move
Son of a
forward to the
bitch!
spaces.
Let's go.
oh,
20?
yikes! Oh.
Should have stocked up on them shields, brother.
Hold on.
I swear I had another shield on me. I don't know what happened to it.
Yeah. 10.
Ooh, nice.
We're gonna be here a minute.
Oh, you're gonna.
Uh-oh. Hi, Shubs.
No way.
Hi.
No.
What if it electrocutes both of them?
That'd be funny.
Oh, it doesn't.
Ugh.
Damn, that would be so funny.
Ah! No, all my coins. Oh.
Funny.
Oh.
Oh, I got so many coins.
The life go.
I'm going. I'm
She's
going.
schmoving. She's schmoving. Schmoving and grooving.
I would like the double dice. Moving here is good.
Ooh.
Is this? Is this isn't? This isn't. Oh, thank God.
Oh.
Oh, thank God. I thought that
That
was
was the
blue
one I had
pipe, but I
gotten,
was
yeah.
so afraid.
My turn. Can't even see my numbers. Okay. Hi.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Damn.
Money.
Damn.
Money. Money.
Indy's got fucking 79 coins.
Nuh-uh.
Uh-huh.
I felt bad about last time, so I'm letting you guys win.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I'm letting someone else win.
Oh. Look.
Ooh. You letting more than one person beat you.
Cows. We're
Push.
pushing cows now.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
button
Oh.
spamming. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Is it like...
Oh, and it
ready?
changes like buttons, I think.
I do love me pushing some cows.
Oh, do you hold it? Wait.
I think you just gotta tap it really fucking fast.
I know Shems is flinching right now. Doesn't like register it sometimes.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that. Oh my God. I was fucking spamming the shit out of that.
I'm hitting the button. I am.
Oh, my hand
Yeah, I
hurts.
hit it fast.
Holy shit, I was holding my
I
breath.
am hitting it fast.
Same. I'm like, was fucking
It's like, go, go,
clamping
go, go,
on
go,
the
go.
Move,
cramping.
bitch, move, move.
You're used to pushing heavy heifers. Go.
I know.
Wow, Shems, you said you were gonna let us win. What happened to that?
Guys, look. I
I'm
got
letting you
something.
guys win the board game. I never said I was gonna let you guys win the minigame.
okay.
See, right now the
Guys,
minigames
no,
don't matter.
no,
You guys are
shut
so
up,
far
Shems.
ahead of me.
You're not important. Guys, I got second. I didn't get last.
Oh my god, it's
It's not about you, Shem. Shut up.
Unbelievable.
Hello, Rainer. Hope you're having a great day.
Bye, Shebs. Oh my god.
Bye.
I
Damn.
don't want to use that
Bro
bomb.
wanted to get away from me.
What's it? What does the wings do?
It
It
moves
lets
you to
you
the coin.
teleport someone to the button.
Mhm.
Ooh.
Oh,
Oh shit!
you know, I
Can
don't.
you vote on
I don't
yourself?
mean to suck my own dick, but.
Ah, you voted for
What is
yourself.
new, Shems?
Go remove 2 ribs.
Oh.
Wee! Hop, 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 hop. Oh yeah.
What's that one do?
That cuts people's. Oh hi!
Hello.
Literally next to you. Hi.
You
Anyway.
know what you must do. Yes.
Like a little evil voice in your head. What you must do.
You know what you must do. Oh,
Oh,
you gonna be schmoovin'. You gonna be
I want to
schmoovin'.
schmoove.
Oh shit, oh shit.
I want
Oh
to
shit!
schmoove.
Oh,
Nice.
I want to
Moving.
schmoove on the board.
Schmoovin'
Go, little bat, go!
She's a rat. She's not a
Go away.
bat.
I did
Oh,
call
go,
myself
go,
a bat
go.
like 20 times earlier, though.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was.
Yes.
Oh,
hey.
dude, she's moving. What?
Yes.
Are you about to be with
You're gonna be with us.
Hey
Hell yeah.
Hold
guys.
hands. Oh, look at all the shields.
Yeah.
Wow.
Bye, Indy.
Hello. Yippee!
You could buy like fucking what, like 2 more of those at this
I'll
point?
buy everybody
Wait.
some buttons and then buy them from Shems.
I want a button.
I can
I don't
play
know,
I
that.
have
you
money.
abused me
I got
last
that.
game so much.
That's why I'm sticking next to you. I'm your good luck charm.
I don't have enough money. I have 4.
Oh,
That's so terrible.
Alright, I'm on my way.
hey, that's close. You need 40.
Oh yay!
Oh yeah.
Yay!
You should use your roller, your ball, because you're in front of everybody or behind everybody.
Oh, what's happening now?
Not yet.
Pull the lever.
Ruh-roh.
What
Oh.
the fuck?
Oh,
Yo.
Things changed.
That was cool. I like this
It's nice to know that he doesn't remain static.
We stay on the platform the longest. Oh shit! It's King of the Hill, guys.
know.
It's Fall Guys again.
It's a good
Oh,
show.
it's just move and oh.
Right click to boost. Hold right click to boost.
Meow.
Where am I? Oh, I'm over there.
Oh.
No,
They're
no, 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 no.
bombs.
Go, 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 go.
No!
We can't let Shems win. He bet on himself.
Oh, what the fuck? They're
I'm
coming from a
stuck.
different direction. Oh, I wasn't ready for that.
Oh, you have 3 lives. Okay.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Mew.
Oh, a lot of people died
I
right
was
there.
winning. I was
What's up?
Oh.
No, I was stuck in the corner.
Uh-oh.
I was
Keep falling up.
stuck.
Coming in from the other way.
Me. Ah.
Oh,
It's okay, Indy. We can throw bombs at them now.
they're bombs. Ah, don't hit me.
Oh.
Get out of here, Shems.
Please,
Please, you guys, assholes!
Yes!
No, please. Get out of here, Shems.
Them still has 2 lives.
I know. You fucking sniper bombed me.
I'm a bitch. Here, what?
Oh.
Oh. Why if you get those ones, I'll get the ones up here.
Where am I?
That's crazy. I won.
I think it's silly that
almost
you can
like my
fall off the
prediction
edge
was
up
right.
there.
I was rigging it.
Oh, fuck off with your prediction, man.
I lost so
Debs,
hard.
take that out of the game.
Cat ban
My
him.
brain is just simply too large, guys. I'm sorry.
Mm, mm, mm,
I'd be up on the top if I was actually like trying to win, you know.
mm. Yeah, okay. 10 out of 15. Guys, Shems is in second.
I'm gonna be
You're in third. You
in a
gotta do
minute.
something about that.
I know. I'm
You're gonna beat me to
try.
the next button. I'm gonna be in third in a second.
Hmm?
What if she loses 55 coins though?
Yeah, what if I lose
not
like,
gonna
all
happen.
my coins? Oh, I needed one more.
Oh, it's edging you.
I know. Come get the button, Mew.
Two.
Hold on. Just picking up my cat.
Ooh.
Hello, Kitty.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah, no,
Oh my
let's get
gosh!
your
I did it
button.
finally!
Yippee!
My
For a
first
second
button
there, I
this
thought-
whole time.
For a second, I thought you didn't have enough.
I was scared. I didn't last time, so it'd be fitting if I didn't this time.
Oh, where?
I'm going all the way. I think that's like the longest side of the board, yeah.
Item trap. Place a trap to steal an item.
I think I think that's might have went where
That's how you
Shem's
took my fucking
went.
shield, you asshole!
Yay! It's not my listen.
Uh-oh.
Hey, everyone's touched the spot.
Actually, it was a spot before that one because the pipe moved.
Nuh-uh.
My turn.
Okay.
Go, go, go!
Okay.
Ghost would be really funny if you put your bubble
Hey,
shield
yeah.
on. Oh.
No.
Because then you could have smooshed past Shems.
Hi, Shebs.
I have my
Oh, he has
shield.
a
Oh.
shield.
You know what?
Shit.
Profit off him.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Use your cash cow.
So basically, I'm getting second on this one.
Drop golden
shit.
balls into your team's goals. Oh, okay, okay.
I'm holding my
I love
cat
balls.
though.
So whoever's
Honey,
on my
you and
team,
Shem.
Miyu, I'm sorry. I'm throwing.
What? Oh.
How are these teams split, man? These teams
Aw.
are stupid.
Hold on, I gotta put
you
Wait, no,
felt
this
bad for
means
Miyu.
Miyu can AFK and
Ghost
hold
really
a
screwed
cat.
you over. My bad.
Oh, that's true. I could AFK and hold my
Yeah,
cat.
because you got two people on your team.
I think it gives you bots. Yeah, you guys.
Oh my god, I knew these songs were familiar.
How do I grab?
I
Oh,
think you just gotta kick them.
go away!
I don't even know where I am on the board.
We're over here in
No,
yellow.
not my bomb.
I'm just kind of doing things.
Why is this bot
Yeah, I'm not-
chasing me?
Ow, ow, ow. This is
Fuck
fucked up.
off!
I've got two bots on me, man.
No chips.
I'm not directly contributing, but I am helping.
Good job, bot. No. Oh, if you hold right click, you can hold them. You can hold the balls.
Oh.
God, I hate these
Oh, I
controls.
fell.
I don't understand.
My bot keeps falling into
Ow.
my hole.
Shebs, go away!
Oh, extra
Accidentally
one.
gave
Let's
green
go.
a-
That's not a still
What?
I didn't want to win.
Ref, do something.
That was all me.
Oh my God.
18, I was all me. Fuck Shems.
What do you mean? That
You
was
didn't
all
do
Ghost.
shit.
That was entirely because
Oh wait,
of
Ghost, you don't get any money.
Fine, I beat
That's
Shebs.
true.
It's fine, I beat Shebs.
It's honestly more worth it just to beat Shems.
It is,
Mhm.
absolutely
That's
it is.
priceless.
She would have made more
Exactly.
money if she let us win.
Can I
But she would have
She
gotten
wanted to
the
win.
she would have gotten the money from
go.
getting second, which is like 12 gold, and then she would have gotten the extra 20 from the prediction.
It's about pride, man. It's about pride,
Nah, yeah,
not money.
pride.
It's not about money. It's about sending a message.
Nah. Oh, I bought it on accident. Whatever.
No.
You know what? Yeah,
Nah,
let's
I
put that right
win.
there. Let's put that right there.
Imagine someone
Alright.
buys something and then immediately gets it stolen by Ghost.
Hi, Mia.
My
My
turn.
little kitty cat's here.
Mine too.
You're going too far.
I went
Vast
so far. I
journey.
hopped so long.
Mhm.
Oh, my little kitty cat's here. Hello, my little kitty cat. Oh, hello. Oh, what are you doing? I don't understand it.
Oh, where am I going?
I'm going
Yippee.
back to the start.
Mia heard Sunny was holding her cat, and she was like, wait a minute, I'm gonna be
Wait.
held too.
Oh, I was trying to hit the F thing. Fuck.
Aww.
Oh my goodness, my Mimi. Don't lick the microphone. They don't want to hear that.
Just gonna do this.
Slurp, 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 slurp.
Thank you for your generous donation, Shams. Maybe.
You do realize he has a lot of
mean-
money, so he'd instantly
Yeah.
go first.
Yeah.
No, because I still have to spend 25. I'm gonna be below you guys. I'm gonna be below you guys after I buy that token.
Okay, get off my desk. Oh, do you want to be held? Is it your turn?
Hello. Mia, you're getting
Yippee!
tangled in
Neutral
my
spot.
headset, honey. Okay,
Good leap.
Pays her.
Game time.
baby.
Post
Oh, what
or
are we doing?
stomp.
Leave?
Move,
No?
Jump, punch. Jump and claim the most mushrooms to win. Look out for powered up mushrooms. They'll convert their neighbors.
I see.
Okay. Mia, go. Where am I? Oh,
Where
I'm all the way up
fuck am
here.
I?
Oh, you just gotta. Oops. You can fall through the cracks.
Oh, you can. Yeah, you can fall through the cracks. God damn it.
Go away! No!
Oop, I fell.
Oh,
Oop, I fell again.
Fuck you.
oh! I can't see. The perspective is so weird.
Yeah,
The
this is
perspective
very-
is
Yeah.
weird. You're so small, and it doesn't really give you good information as to where you are.
No.
No.
Wait.
Ghost! Shems,
Sunny?
fuck off. No! Oh!
Shit.
Damn.
Elaine sabotaged me at the end.
What?
What do you mean?
You took my. I was gonna have a combo.
I'm stealing
I was one short. Fuck.
The rage.
I don't care about losing. I hear Shem's rage, and that's all worth.
As long as
matters.
I roll before Ghost on this next one, I'm all good.
I couldn't even tell where I was half the time on that game.
Yeah, I know
Right?
that was actual just like an overstimulation map.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I had no idea where I was.
Colors in your face.
Ooh, oh. I don't like any of these.
Grab the wings.
No, because then I have
Won't
enough
be able
money.
to
I don't
buy
got a
it.
lot of money.
You could save if
You
it
don't
wasn't
have to
that
use
much.
it right then, though.
No. It's fine.
Strategy.
Hi.
None.
Ooh.
Can somebody please land
Strategy
on the
nut.
trap I put there?
No.
I put that there a long
Can
time ago.
someone
No.
please
Oh.
land on the twat?
Please.
Please, Lena,
Pretty
I know.
please.
No.
Damn.
Just don't buy it. Oh.
Just don't buy it.
I like that
Just
it is
don't
an
buy
option
it.
to just not buy it.
Oh. Guys, we're in trouble.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, please tell me this protects me.
Oh,
Yeah, it doesn't take your
Ah.
coins.
Huge.
Guys.
Shems, don't do it. Guys, we gotta steal that from him. Wait, give me the bomb. I'll drop the bomb on my turn. If Shems comes forward, it might kill him. Yeah. Big brain, big brain.
Right,
Uh-oh.
right.
Oh.
Oh. My
Damn.
money.
Okay.
Wait, it's already gonna blow up though.
Is it, won't it blow up on
It blows up at the end of your turn.
my turn? Fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Guys.
My turn.
Go, go,
My
go.
turn.
Hiya! 9.
My turn.
My turn.
Yay.
Yippee! I got a button.
Button for you!
Let's go. I'm so proud of you.
La 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 la.
Okay, now we gotta get Ghost another button. So that way
Yeah.
Shems
No, we need Indy to get his
can
button.
be. Oh yeah.
My turn.
Either way. Holding the button
Hiding.
switches.
What?
Your bomb bot?
Mobamba.
Oh, hide your character and then blow up other players.
Ooh.
Okay.
I don't understand.
Oh,
but
I
sure.
understand it.
Okay, I guess.
These games are confusing sometimes. Where the fuck am I?
Ah! I literally just spawned! Stab, stop it!
I'm so...
Stop!
Ah!
Oh,
Ah! No!
where am
Oh.
Oh my god!
Ah!
Oh, I just blew up my own self. What the
Ah!
fuck is...
I don't understand this at all. I can't even move. I keep getting blown up.
How do you move your bot guy?
you hold space.
Oh, well, I blew myself up
No.
again.
That was hard.
Well, I had
I
no
didn't know
idea
what
how
I
to do
didn't
that.
had no
I
idea
didn't
how
like
to
that
roll that.
one. No, that didn't count, Shems. No one liked that one.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all just didn't read the rules.
No, we just know it's a bad game.
did.
What
Yeah,
rules?
yeah.
There were. You didn't explain
There wasn't
shit.
any rules. They told us what buttons was what, but not really.
Again, I'm sorry. My brain's just so much bigger. It's
Right, kick him, get him out
it's
of
so
here.
hard being
It's water.
Get out of there.
difficult being it.
See, if you were more humble, maybe we'd actually like you.
Damn.
What do you mean? I'm plenty humble.
Look at this asshole. He comes in here and he tells us, "Hey guys, I'm gonna let
Who's gonna
you
let
guys
you
win
win?"
because I'm a good guy." Look at that. Look at this asshole.
Elaine,
guys.
you gotta win.
I can't. I don't have enough coins.
No, you got this. Hi, Shebs.
Hi.
If I get a lot of coins on this one, maybe.
Shems, if you win, my reward will be drawing you pregnant.
That's a good reward. It's like a reward.
So
I think
basically,
he
it sounds like
reached-
I've got to tip you a big amount again. Move
Yeah.
backward 3 steps.
Well, fuck you,
yeah.
I guess.
What the fuck? I bet you buy again. That's funny.
Rebel.
Oh.
Fuck.
Fine.
Hello.
Nice.
Need all the coins I can get.
My turn.
Squish him.
I will.
No, the 7 coins I have left. Fuck.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
left
No more
Fuck
coins.
him over.
Imagine it doing
Oh.
negative.
That would be hilarious.
He is dead.
Oh, 5 coins.
That literally hit no one else.
No, that's all I wanted it for.
I've just been coasting this round for with no items, anything.
Oh
just
shit,
going.
I had an
Hey.
idea that I should have done that. Ah, damn it. Okay, I'll do it on the next round.
Make the
You're done. Go, go, go.
what? Oh,
Oh my god. Backwards for one turn. I just realized what that was.
That might be good, Indy. If you want, I could use the wings on you, and then we can bring you over here. I hope.
You can win. Oh,
I need someone other than Shems to win, and I think at this point I need a bet.
Yeah,
on
use your
Indy.
scissors the next time on Shems.
yeah.
y'all want me
Exactly.
to scissor Shems?
Scissor shove. This.
Oh,
my god.
God.
Please, please. Oh my god, it's Spleef. Oh my god.
Jump punch.
Don't break
okay.
the ice.
Ooh,
Hit him!
ooh.
I know.
Ooh, I am Tokyo drifted.
No.
Oh,
Oh.
Oh, Indy.
no!
Yes.
Ah. It's okay,
Oh.
we don't have to shoot anymore.
Yeah, I was like, does it matter?
No, I got
Let's go,
thrashed.
Lane.
I fell off immediately.
I did.
Yeah,
19 seconds
you
on the
overshot
dot.
trying to get me a little bit.
Yeah.
I fell in right after Indy.
Mhm.
Oh, fuck.
I was
Uh-oh.
just chasing the fans.
Perfect. Perfect.
That's not perfect.
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 I don't like that.
All right,
We need to get
Indy,
Indy
I
up
need-
to-
I'm gonna
we need
try.
Indy to get up
yeah,
there.
I'm gonna try to get you. I'm gonna
I
try
lost
to.
connection. How do I rejoin?
You can just join
Uh,
again, same way. Do you need the
Wait,
code?
Hold on.
I can't do
I
that.
have it. Hold on.
Otherwise, you can
Can
use the
I?
link
Actually,
on
I can just
yourself.
join from Steam. I think.
Yeah.
You can buy the next coin.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You
gotta
asshole.
Win this, boy.
He's
Win this,
taking it
boy.
right
Yeah.
Oh,
Unbelievable.
wait. I have to restart the game because it's putting me in offline mode for some fucking reason.
Weird.
Oh.
And it's not.
Alright,
oh,
I'll
it
put my money
crashed.
on
Oh my
Shins.
god, what's happening? Guys, wait. Guys, wait.
Break the ice, broke her
I'm
game.
waiting.
Guys, wait. I want to come back.
I'm waiting.
You will call back. I did say in the lobby when I was opening it that like if someone gets kicked, like it like you won't lose your stuff. Just come back.
Yeah, it still says you're up there.
Hold on, it's downloading content for it for some reason. I don't know what's going on.
There's just so much content.
There, just in case, you can also have that.
Hold on, it's like messing up.
Oh, you're okay.
James, you're about to lose your turn.
Oh shit, Shems, hit it.
It auto hits it.
Wait at the
Oh.
mini game. For some reason, it's downloading content and it's taking forever. It's only at 65.
No.
Damn.
Damn. Time over. Damn.
It's my turn. I'll wait a little longer too.
Guys, wait, it's fun and it's finished? Question
We're
mark? I
chilling.
don't know why it's doing this.
We're chilling. It's okay. It's okay.
Just relax. It's okay.
No,
We
I
got
won't
you.
relax.
It's okay. You still have time to beat up Shems in the game. Don't worry. We'll make sure.
That's all I want to do.
Yeah,
I
you're
don't
last
wanna
anyway,
lose,
so we
but
got a sec. We got a sec.
If I'm gonna lose, I'm gonna beat the shit out of Shems while I'm losing.
With my fist.
Honestly, that sounds so bad.
Join, go to the thing. La 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 la. Okay, rejoining. I'm trying.
Oh.
Failed to join match.
Do you need
Type
the
in
code?
the code. Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
No! Oh. Okay,
Oh,
wait, what's
hi, wife.
what's the
Yeah, I
code?
sent you the room code on our server.
Okay.
That's the only way I could join. My turn.
You're done.
Also put it in the round table in case.
Please. Fail to join match. I just don't think I can join.
No.
Got your coin.
Yippee.
Yeah,
So
I
I think
can't
we call
join.
it at the match that Ghost left.
No,
so,
no,
I
no.
won.
Make
I win.
Indie.
I win.
I still win though.
Win.
Yeah, you won.
Yeah, cause she left this turn 14.
Oh,
No. She left before she got back before the turn ended.
Wait, does it bot for
That's
her?
a bot.
Yeah,
it's
That's
a
a
bot.
bot.
Yeah, it's botting for you.
Hi, Boggy.
There you go, Ghost.
Imagine Ghost bot turns around so hard, Ghost wins.
Dude, go spot, go.
We're playing
Where's that lane? Hi,
Minesweeper.
Shippy. Yeah, we're playing.
Oh,
This is
what
gonna take
this,
fucking
dude?
forever, dude. I'm just gonna go.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna fucking send it.
Mm-hmm. Ah.
Ow. Ow. Oh, shit.
This is just like Squid Game.
Green light.
How the fuck, Elaine? What the hell?
I don't know, man. I was following Miyu for a long time.
Yeah.
She was my good luck charm, actually.
Oh,
Can't believe
there's a
they put
hidden
mine.
path. That's why
Yeah.
I'm a dumbass.
Oh no, I gambled. I gambled.
Why is my bot just carrying around a bomb?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Aw.
Ah, fuck.
Oh,
Damn it.
wake up! Wake up!
Damn.
Aw. That's bullshit.
Go me! Go me! Go go go!
Oh, no, fuck!
Oh.
You're bot through. You're bot through. Yes. I win.
Get there, Indy. No!
Ooh.
You got,
But
it,
you-
it said
said
it
you
said
finished.
you went in. I don't know.
What?
Maybe you can still kill people. Oh, I get money.
Huzzah.
Huzzah.
Oh,
Yeah, it counted because you had went into the
yeah.
the thing.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but my brain went, Ghost didn't actually DC. What happened was Ghost disconnected on purpose to go beat up Shems in real life.
Yeah, actually.
Open your door, Shams.
Yeah, I've been hearing a knock on my door for the past few minutes. It's kind of worrying.
Is it vlog? I'm tired. So have a good stream. Thank you, Shoppy. Thank you for stopping by. It means a lot to me. Have a wonderful night. Thank you for the lurk.
Maybe I'll get lucky and Indy rolls like an ungodly high. Oh, never mind.
Wait, why did I do that? It's the last. It's the last round.
Oh no.
Oh.
Dude.
Oh.
Shit. Shit.
Oh.
It's just that
Anyway.
easy.
Okay. Now. Okay.
Shams is Widway hacking.
Damn, guys, I wasn't even trying. You guys still
Shut
couldn't
the
beat me.
fuck
I was
up.
gonna
Nobody
like,
likes you,
I was
We're gonna
gonna
man.
let you guys clench the whole game, dude.
Can we mute him? Is that a thing we can do?
Just kick him.
We don't need him anymore. Hi, welcome back.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, welcome
That's
back.
the
It's good
summation
to
of
see
this.
you.
All everything I did was all for naught.
Oh, I choked. I choked at the end. It's over, man.
It's okay.
Look at me and my win button.
Where am I
Go,
going?
bot ghost.
Oh,
Oh,
No!
Yes!
Okay, I gotta lock in. I gotta lock in. I gotta lock in.
oh my god!
Dude,
No.
holy shit! That was
No.
amazing! Oh my
Guys.
god!
Focus shims.
Yeah, focus
No,
shift,
no, no,
focus
no,
shift.
no.
Stand
Yeah,
the suit
yeah,
to
yeah,
build
yeah.
up your score, but watch out for the fiery red light. Okay, it's red light, green light, basically.
Okay.
Meebot, what are you doing? Bot? Oh shit. Oh shit.
Bot knows the timing.
My bot's cheating.
Oh wait, so you stay in the water longer? You get more?
yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
guess-
yeah.
Oh shit!
Oh, my butt.
Dude, my
Where
bot
am I?
is cheating.
Oh, fuck. I wasn't looking. Oh,
No.
Oh.
yes.
No, you pushed me up.
Yes.
I'm such a sweat.
Guys, my bot's cheating. What the fuck?
Yeah, he's just staying. Oh
Yes.
my god.
Yes. Yes.
Fuck!
Yes.
Fuck! Fuck!
Oh.
Kick him. Kick him. Kick him. Kick him.
Cheat.
Kick him.
Damn,
Get
I was
him
trying
out
to
of
let
here.
you guys
Kick him.
win.
Kick him.
I'm real sorry.
Let me kick him. Make it complete.
Let me kick him. Kick him out.
Let me
Kick him out.
rage quit click him.
Let's rage kick him.
No, son of a
That's
bitch! I
such
can't even go to the
bullshit.
menu. Wait. Maybe I can now. Son of a bitch!
Damn it.
My bad, guys. Like I said, I was really trying to let you guys
Shut the
win,
fuck up!
but,
Nobody likes you.
Server deafened him.
I
Server
kind of
deafened him.
fucked up. I'm not gonna lie.
Server deafened him.
Kill him.
Gilliam.
That was bunny.
Man, guys, I really would have loved to play that last bit.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
But what do you mean? You came in clutch and you almost won us the
Mhm.
game.
Mm-hmm.
You
Did.
came in. Oh, this
Next
is
time we play this, it's
bad.
just us against Shims.
It's been you guys against me. What are you talking about?
Now, see, we'll be more coordinated.
Yeah, 100%.
Get
Oh,
outta
there's a
here.
zombie cow skin? I can't believe this thing has a
Ow.
battle pass.
That looks like a battle pass.
There's a lot of cool stuff in
Fortnite
the
battle
battle pass.
pass.
There's like a little
They're
frog.
just shitting
There's
shit
a
up
wood
my
dragon
ass.
my
skin that makes you
ass.
look like you're made out of wood. That's actually kind of sick.
Oh, that's
Leave
cute.
my chicken alone. He's just standing there, okay?
I kicked you and it just made a little sound.
Hi, Pancake! Thank you for tier 1 for 9 months. I appreciate you. We were just playing Lunars, and Shem's cheated.
I did not
Cheater
cheat.
McCheaterson.
Cheater!
Y'all
Cheater!
suffered a major skill issue on the mini games. I was trying so hard to let you guys
You're
win, but
sweat no matter
did not
what
do
game we
that.
do.
What do you mean?
You're always the sweat.
Get out of here.
No.
It was our last game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am Eepy. So I
I
think
don't
I
want
will
to
actually.
win a third time, guys.
No,
Oh,
shut the fuck
man.
up.
No.
I'm not playing that. I regret inviting you to this playtest beta, actually. I shouldn't have let you in, is what I'm learning. Devs, if you ever watch this, please take the Steam code away from Shems. I think his name is
Yeah.
Mr.
Yeah,
Shems
yeah,
on
yeah.
Steam.
No.
Lay in the code just to constantly make him lose coins no matter what roll.
Thank you, White,
do
for
it,
inviting
I can
us.
stream it and it'll be very funny.
You can stream it. It'll be very funny. It would be. I think that's where I'll end stream for today because I'm a bit tired and hungry. So we're gonna go raid Gabby. Art of Gabby, who's playing Peak. And doing a walkahomathon. So thank you, friends, for hanging out with me. I'm gonna close out stream. I had a lot of fun. If there's any games you think of for next week that maybe Shems is bad at, let me know. We can do that instead. Otherwise, I'll see you guys next time.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, love you.
Love
Later.
you. Alrighty. Thank you again, Pancake, for the resub. I am gonna end for the night because I'm hungry and I'm tired. And I'm so eepy for some reason. But that's not how you do the raid. There you go. I love you guys very much, and I will see you guys again on Monday. We'll be back here again doing our silly goober thing. Otherwise, you can see me on Sunday in the Discord when I watch One Piece. Good night. I love you guys very much. Good night, Pocky. Good night, Star. Have a good night, Kiwi. Good night, big brother. Here is the raid message. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I love you guys very much. And sorry today was a bit of a shorter stream. I'm so tired today for some reason. But I love you guys, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye. I love you. Mwah.